get some music. Alright, on. So here we are. Dido episode 8.2. When we last saw everybody here, we were arriving at Catbasement, and we were experiencing a lovely tour from Redtail, the red-headed dwarf, taking us around and telling us about culture and customs. We also had a lot of help from Nasaba, who is played by Tabala, because she is a former denizen of Catbasement, and she is familiar with King Beanbag's quest to return the native gold throne back to the glorious mountain halls of the land. And then we had a small, short session last time with just a couple of us where we went to the weekly emu races. We gambled with some party funds, and some of us decided to gamble with our own funds. And our dear cleric got involved with a duel with a seedy dwarf, roguish type. They agreed to a knife fight, and Claiborne lost. And now he has like 1.25 of his ears left. He practically lost his left ear in that duel, which is pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. So now I know that we are talking about getting with King Beanbag, and I know that we have the maze painting with us in case we want to engage in teleportation, dungeon delving madness, fun times. So I think because we have some new people with us today, I think we should just go down the line, starting with Crazy Mohawk, and we can introduce ourselves and give a brief description of our characters, and then we'll hop into it.
Right.
Wait.
I get to go first. Okay.
Yep.
I'm Borak. I'm a dwarf from Crimson Crucible. I've been exiled. Yeah, I roll around with a heavy crossbow, and I picked up a sword or an axe and a shield not too long ago.
So, for the people that are unfamiliar with Dwarf Fortress, when you say you're from Crimson Crucible, can you give us like a brief rundown of what that means?
Crimson Crucible is a settlement of essentially deep dwarves, and I was a member of a mining cast, specifically for me mining coal, and yes, that's about the rough gist of it.
Dwarven settlement.
Yeah.
We got pulled up on the stream right now. I can show you guys in Discord. But yeah, I think one really important note about your character's physical appearance is you spent so much time around the black coal dust that your skin is like permanently jet black.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful.
I did leave that out. Yeah, so in the dark I basically look like I am silvery. In the sun I look almost pitch black. Yeah, because it's just my skin is trying to absorb as much sunlight as it can. Because I spent so much time underground.
Cool.
Thank you. You're up, Keeve.
Sure, sorry, I was just eating before we got started. So my character is...
You can
my
chew,
character
that's allowed.
My character is Keeve. I am an elf. I hail from Bellavere, which is a swampy, murkier elfin settlement. I didn't spend much time there as I was abducted by hags. And throughout that experience, I've mingled with a lot of dwarves, a lot of goblins, so I do have some proficient language skills. In terms of looks, my skin is rather pale. Not quite peachy, more of like, I guess more of like a light brown. hair. It's
Chug-a-lunk.
a seafoam turquoise color, and I've got yellow eyes. And our good cleric Deather is among good company because I too am missing part of my ear from a knife wound in the past as well, and I've got some other scars on my face and things like that. In terms of garments, usually covers up with a scarf and wears simple chain armor.
Right on.
Can I pass?
I believe that's me now.
We're
So
up to Hieronymus next.
Oh yeah, shit, sorry.
So good, mate.
Okay, so I'm Hieronymus. I'm a human who hails from the Salt Fort. I'm the second son of a noble family that lives there, the Solinas. The salt is known all around the world, and I was kicked out because, I'm the second son. I was sent to a monastery, and I ended up there, had to donate all of my stuff, but quickly I found out that the monastery life is nothing for me, so I set out to get away from it all, and by luck, by chance, I found an amazing group to take part of, and here I am.
And stuff.
Character's
All right.
name is Mick Jagger. I hail from Marlene. And my character is a specialist who specializes in diplomacy and politicking. So,
Mick Jagger, the politician.
very cool.
Wow. Unexpected, to say the least. The name
Well,
like that.
All great things do.
Rano? Well, thank you for that. Next up is Tabala, who's playing Nasava.
Alright, I am Nasava. I am playing a dwarf originally from Catbasement, where we are right now. I was an academic mainly, but then discovered a bit of information on where King Beanbag's throne might be, and have been tasked to retrieve it. And so that's why I'm with everyone here.
Right on. And you know all about the cat infestation that's going on in Catbasement. The dwarves don't seem too concerned.
Nah, it's normal.
Did our bot just say, I can't do things anymore? I think our music just stopped. But that's okay. We'll get more. All right, who's up next? I'm queuing
That would be me.
Right on.
I'm Tina, I believe the only other elf in the party. Got short, bright pink hair, kind of pink eyes. I forget where I'm from. I can't seem to find it, but I'm from some sort of forest.
Sellen's Grove.
Sellen's Grove. Thank you.
I got you.
I'm gonna have to write that down again.
On the news sheet.
I am very treasure motivated, mostly for dragon hoards, but any treasure will do.
Maybe one day we'll see a dragon. See how that goes. Alright, last up, Yak of all trades playing Melantha.
All right. So, Melantha has dark hair with red streaks. She's pretty pale and has dark hazel eyes. She wears dark traveler's garb and darkened leather armor. She tries to carry herself with professionalism and act professionally because the adventuring is a job that she takes very seriously. Also, I have a horse named Cactus Martini. He's dappled brown and white, draft horse that's 18 hands high. I love Cactus Martini so
I love
much.
the name. I love the name so much. Cactus Martini is excellent. And they're real cacti out here. If you think Cactus Martini would like to meet their namesake.
Oh, I left Cactus Martini back at home just for safety purposes and keeping food considerations simpler.
It's a pretty safe decision, really. What's up?
Sorry, I didn't realize I muted myself. I forgot I have a black cat as well, but I did not leave my cat at home. His name is Althea.
So Althea
Oh,
is
cool.
here hanging
There's
out
multiple
with...
cats in a party, no?
It's a lot.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, I
believe
also
so.
have a cat with me.
I
Yes.
need
I have an
descriptions
orange
of the
cat.
cats.
Amazing. We have so many cats in the party. I'm so glad that no cat-related problems have happened in the area. So, just to give you guys, to get you guys clued in on where we're at, it is right after noon, and we have a 1:00 p.m. meeting with King Beanbag in his throne room. So we
So
have...
we've got time to go get a drink.
We do. We do, yeah. Any dwarves in the party are free to go to the Mirage, which is the really fancy, exclusive dwarves only establishment, and everyone else will have to go to the Dance of Cups, which is open for everyone. So now, everything is up to you guys. Sandbox campaign.
Out of curiosity, is there specialist cities?
Is there what?
Specialist cities?
Specialist cities. I think that every city certainly has specialists. People that are particularly skilled in certain things would be described as specialists. But the classes from the Lamentations PDF is more geared towards like the adventuring, desperate types that go dungeon delving and risking life and limb to face the world in all its weirdness, I would say.
So, like, would I still decide that I'm actually human, just not follow the stats of that? You see what I'm saying? Like, what do I look like?
Oh yeah, if you're a specialist, you are human. You're just a little bit focused on things, and you're a desperate adventurer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I say as a specialist as well.
Every class is human because this is a human-dominated world, but there are 3 exceptions. There's halfling, dwarf, and elf. Those are the 3 exceptions.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah.
those don't get classes.
They are their own classes. I mean, it's a miracle that there are dwarves or halflings or elves in general because of the imperialist nature of humans and how they tend to just infiltrate all sorts of societies with their rules and whatnot. Like hell, Selinsgrove has had a lot of negative human impact. Marlene is human and is awful in the ways that it's bending the knee to Lord Reginald. Bronze Bardish was once a proud dwarven fortress, but it grew into an above-ground human settlement that engages in, like, over-jailing its population. It has way too many rules and laws. Dwarves will stab each other in the back to gain an advantage in business. It seems like they really lost their way, in a way.
Yeah, humans suck.
Yeah, it's a miracle that any of the other races are around, so that's why they are a playable class in this. Also, just want to say hello to Evangeon, who I know is going to be joining us in our campaign, and to Further Reading, a Dwarf Fortress content creator homie out there. He always seems to tune in when I have the cat ears on, thanks to chat. He probably thinks I'm part cat at this point. So,
You're not.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I'm just a human. I'm not a cat class, I don't think. So, what do you guys want to do with your time? We just concluded the emu races, where we won some money and lost some money, and Deather lost an ear in a duel to a very seedy dwarf. So we're just kind of coming off of the recent trauma of that, and Deather attempted a heal spell on his ear, which did not reform the ear, but it did soothe his pain. And in doing so, since there are no such thing as a subtle casting of a spell, it caused a storm to roll in, and it was just raining all throughout the desert. Men, women, and children ran outside and were weeping in the rain and sipping water from the sand. It was a very beautiful, divine moment. And Deather Actionbrand, our cleric, was chastised by secretly chastised by the clerics of Catbasement, saying like, hey, you need to cool it with the miracles around here. We deal in the business of offering hope and offering prayer and togetherness and brotherhood for the people. If people start to understand the true power of divinity, we're gonna have a really, really big demand to deal with, so knock it off, essentially. Which I'm sure was not what Death or Action Brand wanted to hear. But I leave it up to you guys.
Didn't we only have like an hour left? I rewatched the previous stream, and I think it was they brought a message, no?
Yeah, we have about an hour, and I know that Ghostbat wanted to check the mail to see if she got correspondence from a particular goblin poet and wordsmith.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Okay, maybe we
Lord.
should do that then, maybe?
Party expedition to the post office.
Yeah.
Right on.
Heck
Right on.
yeah.
So you guys head on inside. It's nice and humid indoors with all of the mist generators going off. There are dwarven artifacts all over the walls. And I have these written down. Knock around the cat cam a little bit. You guys are heading down the grand staircase. And you guys come across a green glass terrarium that contains a theft-proof elf bone hammer wrapped with silk, and it has spikes menacing with leather on it. Yeah, how does that make our elves feel?
I mean, is it clearly identified as being made of elf bone?
Oh, yeah, there's a plaque that says every material that it's composed of.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And this is
Um,
right outside of the
Hello.
post office.
Hattie.
Oh.
Such
How's
fine
the tacos?
I would
Nice.
find that, I guess Keeve would find that highly offensive considering she follows Morose and that's not proper, or I guess she doesn't quite understand Dwarven culture. Like maybe, so she's more inquisitive, I guess, at this point. I'll go with inquisitive, final answer. So I would
Sure.
place my hand on the glass, but not like make it seem as though I'm trying to do anything, but then I take it back because I realize it's probably a bad idea.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It leaves like little light finger smudges that fade soon.
Tina's definitely offended, but also curious to figure out how the heck they put it together.
Gotcha.
Yeah, me too, actually. Is there anyone around we can ask?
You guys could seek out your old translator again if you liked her. She's available for hire.
I mean, do we have the time for that? We only have 1 hour, right? We're just going to the post office.
Right, you could
Or
grab
do
her
we
within
care about
time.
this a lot? Maybe we can ask around.
Can I roll to see
What do
if
people think? Or
I'm still waking up and I'm just gonna murmur something and like shrug my shoulders. Non-committal grunt.
Mick Jagger, were you saying something? It got swallowed up.
Oh, I was gonna ask, like, can I roll to see if I know the language?
Oh yeah, if you wanna check Dwarven, yeah, we can do a Dwarven roll.
Okay.
Good call.
D6, right?
Yep, it's a D6. Hope for a 1.
Well, I'm a language.
What's your languages skill?
True.
Specialist
my language
McJagger.
skill is 3.
Nice.
Very cool.
Nice. Hope for a 3 or lower. Good luck.
I rolled a 3.
Hell yes. You know Dwarven. Go ahead and add that to your known languages. Wonderful. This is going to help out a lot around here. This place primarily speaks Dwarven, but they also don't engage in a lot of physically written language. They deal with a lot of I think they're called pictograms. Like, you know the school crossing signs where you see the people walking with their bags? They deal with a lot of those, which is nice because it transcends language barriers that way.
Nice.
That's great. So at the post office, the same post office dwarf that you interacted with at your last session, Keeve, is waving you over. and says to you in Dwarven, like, elf who speaks the language of rock and stone, come here, come to the counter, I have something for you.
Okay. I excitedly walk up and kind of pitter-patter my hands on the counter.
He pulls out a leather-bound codex, places it on the counter, puts his 2 index fingers on the spine, and pushes it over to you. And the faint smell of lilacs, like, comes off of the book. And he says, this came in this morning just for you.
Oh, and I thank him in Dwarven, and I don't know myself what a typical Dwarven greeting would be, so I'll just RP it out that I gave him one in return for the book.
Right on. He tips his like poofy hat to you and immediately gets back to work. And the book smells like lilacs. It smells fantastic. And if you open it up, right on the inner side, it says, "To my party buddy, Keeve."
Oh.
And it says that in the common tongue. And what you have in your hands is a book of goblin jokes. Most of them written in rhyme, some of them written in verse, some of them free form, some of them are just like, do you know what a shaggy dog joke is?
Yes.
For those who don't know, it's a joke that is like a really long story-based joke, and it just pitter-patters, 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 and it kind of develops like a rhythm to it, and then when it reaches the end, it has a really, really unsatisfying ending to the joke that's not even funny.
I love shaggy dog jokes. I didn't know that was the term for them.
Yep.
I love them so much.
Yep. There are many shaggy dog jokes inside of it, and every single page has a pressed lilac flower in between them, which explains the smell.
Oh.
Yeah.
So cute.
It's good stuff.
Love it.
Right
Some
on.
of my favorites are like scary stories that are shaggy dog jokes. They're so good.
All right. So is there
There's
anything else
an
you guys want to
equivalent
knock
of, like,
out?
The ship post where it's like car hook door hand.
Yeah. Kind of like
Yes.
that. Kind of like that. Yeah, the
I
right
want to
idea.
ask the postmaster if there's a good place to get coffee, but I'm still very groggy when I'm asking it.
Ooh, that's a really good question. That's a really good question. So I'm not like a huge coffee guy. I want to ask anyone who is like big fan of coffee or an aficionado in our voice chat or in Twitch chat. Feel free to pipe up. Tell me what makes like a really good cup of coffee.
Well, I think Vertigonaut would definitely sell them. So it would be around the world, no? So it's just, I guess, the beans?
I'd say
the
it
type of beans
depends.
and how they're roasted?
Beans, and if
Yeah.
there's cows for creamer, if there's a sugar supply.
Oh, I drink my coffee only black, so that's as far as my knowledge goes.
Right on.
Oh yeah, there's also engineers could come up with steamers for like espresso stuff.
I guess so, that's true.
Artifact
mean-
espresso maker.
I mean, Turkish coffee is used without like creamer or like straining out the dregs.
Oh, good.
I was gonna
point. I forget
ask,
about
does
Turkey
anybody do any cultures brew coffee without filtering it? So Turkish coffee does.
My poor
What you're
ass
saying.
used a French press a while, but
Yeah, I like French press coffee that you just put in, you dump water in, and you siphon it out with like a mesh screen.
You could cook
Oh,
grounds
right,
straight
right.
up in a pot of water as long as you sprinkle some cold water on top of the grounds to make them sink before you
Yeah.
pour.
What
I
cowboy?
see a message in chat from Golden Auction that says after weasels eat them and poop out the beans. Now I can vouch for that because when I went on a trip to Bali, Ubud, Indonesia, we tried civet coffee, and this was way back before I even liked coffee at all. I thought it was just way too strong, personally. I don't think Catbasement would have anything that exotic around here. But I do like the idea of the Turkish coffee where they don't filter out the dregs. And it would probably have a bay leaf served on top, just like as a wonderful accoutrement. I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Accoutrement.
Accoutrement. Thank you. And Mike Herman, just to answer the question that you're not asking, I wear them because chat redeems enable Catboy mode. Or you're gonna have to do double. You're gonna have to do double because they hit me with a double dose.
There's 60 minutes of Catboy to negate.
Oh, there's one, and there we go. Now we're free. We're free, and I
Get
can
that
be
shit
a,
outta
I
here.
can be a normal person. Hell yeah.
Doubt it.
Jesus Christ. Now we have another. Jesus. So that's
Still need
still
one
one.
more.
That's still one.
Oh, still need another 2.
That's 2. Okay, so that's another hour. And then that's off, on, still an hour. Off, on. Okay, we're at half an hour. Hold on. Half an hour minus, half an hour, 1 hour minus. Jesus fucking, you keep voting main. Dude, chat's going crazy. Glad you guys are having fun. Holy
is part
doing your
shit.
mass.
This is great.
I'm seeing this as like a slap fight between all of us in the post office as we decide what we're doing for coffee.
Oh my
No,
god.
it's like at an auction. It's like, do I get 500? But I don't know, over here, over there, and we're all like raising our little flags.
God
Yo, I have a
fucking damn
Catboy
it.
motor here, Catboy enable, and Catboy disable. Catboy disable. We
Well,
got
I
it.
have
60
been
minutes, 60
stockpiling
minutes.
Points for the express purpose of making sure I could steamroll in a situation like this.
I blew
Jesus
6k points. That's all I got.
Damn.
Fuck.
Being
You went all
outtraded.
in. Never go all in.
He's going all in. Look at this
Gods.
shit.
What do you mean?
I haven't
Always
gone
go
all in yet.
I love this shit. Alright, so
I did less than 30% of my stockpile.
if you wanted to get a nice coffee,
Name?
Can I send a letter still?
Yeah, what do you want to send?
I want to send a letter back home to learn more about how the war is going with the halflings versus Lord Reginald, because my family is, they're politicking, so I'm just sending a letter to my brother to inform how stuff is back home, Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the post would cost you 1 copper for all the materials.
Sure.
Oh, that what? I should send a post to that goblin, and I'm gonna write it in Goblin. And
I wanna write my name underneath that, because that goblin partied really hard and I enjoyed that time.
Oh yeah.
Right on. Yeah, we can take a brief minute and maybe we can do the bad thing and we can split the party and go on a coffee run for those who
Someone
wanted
say
it.
split the party.
Over in the Dance of Cups, it would be very easy to order a cuppa over there. You can get a cup of Joe, you can get a cup of Jack. You could mix the two together, Jack being booze. That's how dwarves like to drink theirs. They like to put a cream in there or add a stiff whiskey.
Or a little
to
Irish
it.
coffee.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This place has a fantastic menu. The reason why I haven't given you guys a menu is because it's really big. And I feel like your creativity would help fill it out, in a way. They serve food, they serve booze, they serve specialty little hardtack crackers that dwarves love to dip in booze, and foreigners like to dip into milk. They have llama milk, alpaca milk, sheep milk, goat milk, pig milk, cat milk. Lots of different types of cat in this place as well. They're scratching with their claws up on the countertop. And I think a copper would cover a coffee, but if you wanted the fixins, it would have to be 2 copper for that. And I trust you guys to handle your purchases. Who was interested in getting a cuppa before we go meet the fabled King Beanbag, biter of Ettins, slayer of beasts and men?
I am definitely very interested in the Cuppa pursuit. Even if it thinking there's probably something Turkish like that I'd go for.
Yeah. It's a little gritty. And the dwarves around here, they don't really brush their teeth unless they're nobility, so you can always tell when someone's had a cup of the Turkish style coffee.
I'll be going, but I'll see if they have like a really earthy green tea.
Ooh, yeah. Have you ever had matcha before?
I have. I don't like it because it tastes like grass to me, but Tina would love it.
Excellent.
So yes, please.
Right on.
How much would that cost?
Matcha tea, that would be 2 copper.
You got it.
Hey, thanks for stopping by, Mike Herman. Genesis is good, man. Appreciate you coming by and seeing our nerdy fun.
Good on ya.
I'm just gonna go straight for the coffee liqueur and have some Kahlua.
Right on. So that would be 2 copper for the coffee, and I don't remember how much a drink is, but I know these guys. Oh yeah, it was 3 copper. 3 copper for the like low quality booze. I remember that one. Yo, Claiborne, absolute fucking legend. Thank you for the gift sub over to Mike.
Hey, I do what I can.
So, we're all caffeinated. We have sent off our letters. Is there anything else that we need to go over regarding these 2 errands? I just want to make sure that we don't miss anything.
Yeah, I'd just like to go over with the party, like what our goal in meeting this guy is.
Great question.
We want
Very good
to
question.
establish a base in or around Catbasement, no?
Yes.
Now, do we want it around Catbasement, or do we want to be a bit further away?
Well, I think near Catbasement is a good idea because Catbasement is not under Lord Reginald, and that's a big thing for our base.
Do we know how, like, what's the leader of Catbasement? What's his name?
Beanbag.
King
Beanbag.
Beanbag, yeah.
How far does King Beanbag's, like, clout reach?
Is authority.
He is just Catbasement.
Okay.
Okay, so, like, the desert we see on the map is his, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a nation.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you have completely disabled Catboy mode. Good job. You did it. I was just catching up.
Team effort.
Oh, I've still
And-
got 20k. What I mean,
Now, do we want to be under his rule, or do we want to try for independence?
I personally think it would be best to maybe settle along the coast so we have easy access to drop off stuff with the boat, easy travel, and for trade and whatnot, so stuff is easier reachable, maybe something like that. And then independent as like a mercenary fort, like we basically give him like, I don't know, parts like tribute, or we give him like discounts or whatever on our mercenary work. I don't know, something like that.
so we do have at least some insider knowledge as far as where the throne, the native gold throne that he's looking for, is at, and that's part of our notion as far as using that for at least getting a tract of land and letting us set up
That's true.
base
Yeah.
of operations. The other
Okay.
thing we plan to do is we have a bunch of research materials and supplies and things that came from the burned out hospital, and we were planning on using that as an initial gift to buy favor and letting us establish a foothold while we do go after the throne. So kind of the idea is bribe with the research materials, because Catbasement is all about gaining knowledge. So that would be beneficial to them. And then saying, hey, we'd like to establish, we promise to seek this out and go after the throne. We think we know where it is from the knowledge that we've gained. We'd like to set up a permanent base of operations and provide our services to your people, that kind of thing. So that's kind of where we were at.
How
unless anybody-
valuable is this throne to him?
it's a relic from their nation that they created that's been lost.
And like, do we know how valuable is it to them versus like somebody else?
Well, it's actually also a quest item for one of our party members.
Yeah.
So
Are you considering like what happens if we find it and we sell it versus giving it over? Is that what your question is?
Well, I want to
Jagger?
know like what the actual value of this thing is.
Hard to know
Like-
until you get an appraisal on it. None of you have, well, Nasava has seen it with her own eyes, but the rest of the party has not.
right.
So, Nasava, do you have any descriptions of it?
You don't have to put her on the spot. I can do it. So, if you've ever seen what gold ingots can make, the gold can range from kind of whitish gold to like a buttery yellow gold. That's what gold ingots turn into. But native gold is kind of like a muddier, less shiny gold because it hasn't had like the ground impurities melted out of it, essentially. So this is not a typical work. This is the work of a dwarf who had a strange mood and created a masterwork artifact for their nation, and it has been taken, it's gone, and I mean, just the sheer amount of native gold that would go into it would make it valuable, but it's got a lot of sentimental value to this nation and to their king.
So, the big reason I'm trying to figure this out is I'm trying to figure out whether or not just having the opportunity to buy this throne would make them extremely happy, or is this like one of those situations that like we definitively should just be handing it over, and like even asking for something would be insulting.
I dragged myself.
Are you suggesting
out of my
that we be
room.
uncompensated for our work?
That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
Yes.
Well, considering how many people have died going into the place that we believe it's located at, it's worth more than probably 100 lives.
I dragged myself in, kicking open the door with my head, stumbling, finishing off the last of the hair of the bat that bit me, and I say, and that's exactly why we're going to give it to them. It's a massive feckin' flex.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say that
So-
its greatest value to us would probably be getting us that in with convincing King Beanbag to let us stay. Using that as a kind of an incentive for him, not really selling it back, but just an incentive. We need a place so that we can safely go through this as much as we can, and we'd like that place to be here. Kind of incentivize it.
Where is it located?
Treat us as a national treasure as we return a national treasure.
And what's the backup if King Beanbag decides that we can't stay here, but thank you for the throne?
Well, the idea is negotiating that before returning the throne. So we're not going to go look for it if he has no interest in giving it unless we happen to come across it. We're not going to seek it out otherwise.
I say it would make more of our character more apparent if we simply gave it to them, no matter what the outcome would be.
I think that is actually wise as well, because we are strangers here, and so far we've not been treated too kindly by everyone around here. The dwarves are kind of
So what's stopping
xenophobic
them
to
from just
everyone
killing
else
us?
except for the dwarves.
When we get back with it, what's stopping them from just killing us for it? If it's as
Hey.
valuable as you guys are saying.
I mean, then we can give it to him, no?
I mean, if we get back with it and we try and not give it to him, that's kind of my entire job, is to get it there. So I'd
I'm
probably
not saying we
steal it
don't
back
give it to
as
him.
we're
I'm
willing to.
just hoping for a guarantee of some material reward, I guess, is just the best way to put it.
That's why we
I am-
negotiate before we go for it.
And there's always them in life that are negotiating some type of material reward. But let me tell you, there's something a bit more worthy than material reward in life, and it's a display of character.
Now, speaking of character, I do want to remind you of a cultural note of significance for Catbasement. They're really known for fair dealings around here. They use the scale as a symbol to represent when dealings are extra fair. So if he just said, "Oh, thanks for the throne, now fuck off," he would be remembered
lose some
for that
power,
forever.
yeah.
It's like, "Oh, hey, King Beanbag, where did that throne come from that we were looking for?" And they caught wind that a group of foreigners dropped it off and he kicked them out. That would be a huge loss in social capital. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying the political ramifications for that would be grave.
Okay, and that's something that I was unaware of about Catbasement's culture.
That's dwarven culture in general to a certain degree.
Unless you have humans coming in like in Bronze Bardish. Fuck.
Ugh, that's why I left.
Where is the throne?
Yeah,
So-
he's of the Blue Medusa.
Yes.
The Blue Medusa?
We have a
See-
magical portal that takes us to a maze that is hundreds of rooms large, that is full of death. And we're going to be risking life and limb to even try and get the throne back.
Thank you,
So,
Borak.
Horns, rooms is an understatement. There are multiple cultures that have histories that live entirely within the maze.
Yep.
It is
It's true.
a miniature plane of existence all its own.
Yeah, it's a painting a la Dark Souls, right?
I mean, what's stopping us
Yeah.
from setting up our
Yes.
own city there?
well, it's
Oh gosh, that's
We'd
not
have to deal
safe.
with the Blue Medusa again.
yeah.
And others in the maze? No, thank you.
Yeah, much of the territory is claimed, if not effectively all of it. So we would have to challenge that claim with martial might or magical might or godlyhood.
We could build a few shacks in the first few rooms, perhaps, if you're keen on it.
short
Are we
term.
able to go back and forth?
Also,
Yes.
Okay.
time flows differently there, so the world would pass us by.
To that effect, if we ever get our hands on our own library, I think it should be put in there so as to save time researching.
That's a great idea.
Thank
Well,
you, Troy.
Does time go faster in there or slower in there?
Time goes slower in there.
Oh,
So when you're in there, the world is moving at what? 100 times speed compared
believe
to
it
The party
varies
has
per
only
thing.
been in there a couple of times and has only made a couple of observations, is what I'm
Yeah.
going to say.
Yeah.
I will
We
not
don't truly
confirm
know.
what you say, I will not deny what you say.
We don't truly know, but we do know that someone can be brought in there from a very long time ago and still maintain a general sense of themselves, both personal and mental, as time goes past, for potentially even years upon years.
We know that somebody roughly in their 20s that we encountered in there left our realm approximately several hundred years ago.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's as much as we know. So there couldn't have been more than 20 years past. Maybe, depending on when they left on venturing, we can say up to 5 years potentially, and passing several hundred years. But we don't know if that's a fixed rate of time dilation.
Separate but like related note, out of character. Does anyone's character have like family they care about?
Oh yeah, me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm literally a ward of the church.
Good answer.
I'm in exile, so I don't care.
I'm hearing at least
I love
two
my
party
family and I
members.
miss them very much, but my dad hates me because he's the king or whatever, the lord, and I'm just a second son who's worthless to him.
Yes, baked in daddy issues to the character background. I love it.
Exactly.
Well, you're only useless to him until your brother dies.
But I have a very good bond with my brother.
Well,
Yeah, but he could.
we don't.
So you can
Wait,
inherit
why would
more
you
than
not have
just
a bond
issues
with my
from
brother?
your
You know
brother.
nothing about my brother.
But I'm saying I don't. I don't have a
As
bond
far
with
as
him.
you
You
know,
want
I don't.
you want to be
So-
loved by your dad? I have no problem. I can help you.
we can instill our own salt baron.
and also that would mean that we're now friends with the next to be king.
Okay, so behind my back here, my new friends are planning to kill my family so they can install me and I would be
No.
a puppet ruler for their
Help
own
you.
gain.
Empower
Wow.
you.
How else am I
Hey,
supposed to get a how
Your
else am I
friends
supposed to
have
get a
got your
knighthood,
back.
man? Like I gotta.
I'm just saying.
I'm not
We
sure
are-
how knighthoods and stuff work because Scooty explained to me like there is different lords and stuff and there is an emperor, but there's not a direct form of government, right?
Right, it's
If you're
It's like
king, you
it's
can
like
just say,
warlord
"That
era
bastard's a
kind of
knight."
thing.
Dude,
like
if you're-
feudal Japan right now, just kind
Yeah,
of
okay,
shattered, and
okay.
whoever
But-
claims their claim.
So
has to
so my
claim.
family would have like enough prestige as a noble family to do these kinds of things, hypothetically.
I'm just saying we got a backup plan if Beanbag doesn't work.
That is
slam on
true.
the back
Maybe,
saying, I'm-
that's why I sent a letter to my brother. Maybe I asked him how stuff is back home. Maybe I can inquire. What if Beanbag doesn't work? Maybe we can set up base over there.
I pat him on the back saying, I'm sure they're joking, don't worry.
Yeah, me too. Ha ha ha. Sweating like a little sweat, you know.
Allegedly.
I'm just thinking about how much money exchange hands when you're talking on the scale of kingdoms.
Well, I guess the final question that I would have then is who's going to be our spokesperson? Who's actually going to be doing the negotiations?
I think
Not
it should be a dwarf at least. I don't dare as a human show my face in there. Maybe to vouch for like I don't know
I'm not
something, but
standing in front
yeah.
as a human.
Yeah,
Do
a
we
dwarf
have-
would be a good idea.
Do we have a dwarf?
We have
We have 2, 3.
We have a willing dwarf, let's say.
yeah.
Now,
Well-
now look here. I'm a cleric of Browndo. We share a deity, and I've grown up amongst dwarves much of my life. I would have no issue speaking.
He's also a miracle worker.
This is so.
Maybe
Also-
we don't have much time left before the what do you say, the meeting, but do we have any other evidence or any claims we can present to solidify our willingness to get him that throne, or have we decided to first get the throne? Like
I
what
see.
we're gonna do?
I say we get it first. I say we go right in there whilst we have a good supply of party members and weapons and abilities, and we get the damnable throne, and we tear it out of there, and we bring the bastard back, and we prove that we're worth every bit of things that we say that we are.
I mean, the meeting's in less than an hour. We don't have time to get it first.
But time moves slowly in there, doesn't it? Or is it that
Time moves-
that not worked?
But they were talking
I'm-
about the maze of the Blue Medusa with
Yeah.
the time.
Oh, so not the other way
distortions.
around. Ah,
So-
okay. 'Cause otherwise, I thought we could just hop in, hop out real quick, you know, because time wouldn't move. Technically.
Who knows? Who knows? It's hard to say.
I'd say don't risk it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So
Miss your appointment.
We vote. We vote in the player chat then. Everyone who wants to go right now and then prove their word later, say aye.
Well, where are we going to set up the portal? For one, because while we're in there, we don't want anybody taking it down. Because
So-
then we're going to be trapped in there.
I'm
We
just,
just
oh
have
yeah,
to-
I thought, like
So, wait,
I think you guys
we,
have
or are
this
we
world
not?
backwards though, because if somebody was 20 years old and they went in 700 years ago, that means time moves super fast.
When we're in there, everything outside moves faster.
But if you're trying to make a meeting or like have more time to think and debate and do things like get a throne, we would be missing this meeting, and that would be a
Exactly.
huge slight against.
Yeah, no, I got it wrong. I mixed it up. I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah.
So therefore, I thought we all decided to get it later, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's venture forth into the throne room.
So
Woohoo.
Right? I
By the
think
way,
that sounds. I think that sounds like you guys have discussed a bit of a plan.
Dether, I am very good with politicking, so if you need support in negotiations, reach out.
Look, I think it would just be a great flex to just be going in there, getting the throne, bringing it back out and saying, hey, look at how noble our intentions are. You certainly want to do something for us in return, don't
Yeah,
you?
but it's physically not possible to make the meeting if we do that, so we kind of
Exactly.
don't have a choice
yeah.
anymore.
I think you're assuming.
I get your. Oh, well, why not do this? We can do a live presentation for the king, can we not?
No.
We can have Dether jump into that painting to go get it, and we show to him like we are committed to getting it.
I want him to
Right in
die?
that throne room.
No.
nobody, we're not going to reveal the nature of the painting to anybody else
Right.
because the painting is technically a stolen artifact from another settlement.
Nor am I suicidal enough to go in there alone.
No, but
So-
there's people that can stay
Okay.
behind. I'm willing to stay behind if I have to.
A beginnings of a plan is forming.
To be fair,
What-
possession is 9/10 of the law.
What if we send the dwarves to the meeting, and the non-dwarves get started expeditioning into the painting.
Yeah, split the party. That's a great idea.
But then
I
again,
think
who
Yeah,
stays behind?
I don't.
I am a
Well, how
fount
does
of
that
good
actually help our
ideas.
case with the king, though?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. I think
Less,
that
So-
yeah.
less non-dwarven phases in front of the potentially somewhat bigoted king. That's why I'm just
he is
throwing
not
the idea out there.
potentially.
Okay.
There's been no rumors, reputation, or even an illusion that King Beanbag is a racist or a bigot in any way. I just want to say
Okay.
that. There's
Okay.
been no news that says affirmative he is racist.
Unless some people think all dwarves are the same.
Jeez.
Well, I don't know where
Okay.
you get an idea like that, but
So, for one, we already have a quote unquote gift of lots of research materials to present. Okay. So that's our initial, hey, here's a gift from us. We have knowledge to give to your civilization. For two, we intend to set out to retrieve the throne. So that's our plan of action, because we can't go and get it right now and bring it back, but we have that intention. So what we need to do is set up, we're negotiating for a tract of land, a promise of ownership of said tract of land if we complete our mission. How's that?
Yes.
Personally, I would prefer not to bring up the throne in negotiations at all, because if we decide we don't want to get the throne, or it's too dangerous, or we can't, it doesn't leave our settlement in danger.
Well, it's a promise to try.
Yeah.
And that's all we can do. And we have the most information that anybody has. As far
What
as
if we only bring it up as like he's about to say no, and then we put it on
Yeah.
the table?
That's what I prefer.
A
I think
contingency
words
plan.
are wind. I think words are wind, and the action is the thing that's going to tell them what's true. For my name is Death or Action Brand, and I am branded by action. And I, for one, say that we prove our worth to both Brondo and all the dwarves around, including those in the party, and show them all that we can go in that painting, and we can get that bloody chair, and we can bring it back, and we can show them all.
I'll give you guys one more minute of discussion before we are out of time
Are we
in-game.
sure we want
have
Deather
discussed
to
for
be our
quite some time.
negotiator?
No, I think
Constantine starts
we
cheering.
take
No.
Deather off the table as
No.
negotiator.
Okay.
I don't know. He seems enthusiastic.
A man
Can
after
we
my own
gag him
heart.
for this meeting?
I shut up.
What?
Absolutely
No.
not.
I try to move you out of the way. I don't think that Deather should be gagged. I think he can handle this. He's a dwarf. He understands their customs. I think he can get
He's
around.
not a dwarf. He's a
I-
He's not a
human.
dwarf.
I'm
No,
a
Deather
man
is a
that grew-
dwarf.
I grew up
No.
amongst dwarves for my
Oh, I thought you were a dwarf.
So let's
entire life, and I know a
If we-
thing or two about
If
Jesse
we have
Wonder.
nothing else, I'd like to put my name forward. I do know Dwarven. I know their culture.
I am a dwarf.
You are a
As long
dwarf.
as
Would you
we're-
like to do it? Then
I
think
would
the
do
dwarf
it.
should do it.
Okay.
I'll do
As
it.
long as we're willing to bring up the chair or getting the throne, I can help with the negotiations as long
chair.
as that's part of it, because that is my job right now, getting
then
that throne.
Yeah, that's main reason why Nasava's with us at this point is she knows as much as we do as far as the nature of the chair, but we don't want to reveal how we know what we know or where it's located.
Yeah, well, we
Maybe
gotta
Nassau's
head that
eye
way.
dwarf should do the
We gotta
talking.
head to the
Our
throne
plan.
room, or we're gonna be late.
Yeah, we gotta go.
And
Okay,
we don't
gotta
want to
go,
be late
guys.
for
Let's
that.
go.
My vote is for Crazy Mohawk.
So we're all hauling in there. It's not like it's a single person thing. You guys can all go. This is
Yeah,
not.
we'll
A,
Oh, we're
go,
going,
like,
but
I'm
a point
always
person.
choosing who's talking,
course.
mainly.
so
Yeah.
you guys approach a great set of gilded doors engraved with the grand history of Catbasement, and those with keen eyes can clearly pick out the scene where King Beanbag rose to fame and glory in dwarven culture. There's an image of him leaping onto an Etten and biting its cheek off with his teeth as an army approaches over the hill behind. And two guards, clad in iron armor with copper spears, flank the doors and hold them open. And sure enough, the entire throne room is plated with gold. Large golden pillars reach from the floor all the way up to the ceiling, maybe 15 meters in height. And there are rows and rows where chairs could be placed, but it looks like someone has profiled you before you guys arrived. All of those chairs have been set up against the walls, and there are just enough chairs for each of you. Each one of these chairs is wooden and immaculate in design, also engraved with histories of Catbasement. And each of them has a cushion delicately placed where your ass goes, and it has a blanket set next to it for comfort. Cats absolutely litter this place. They're playing with each other, they're napping, they're just sitting politely watching you. Some of them are scratching or licking themselves. But the greatest feature in the room is the elephant in the room. There is an elephant in the room.
Oh, okay.
This elephant has a gilded mask on its face and a long trunk, and it has gold beads that go to a centerpiece right above its trunk and then over to the other tusk. So this is a large male African elephant in its anatomy. And there sits King Beanbag upon a platinum-plated seat. He's leaning over onto his fist, and he has a gilded snake's headdress on him with turquoise sides to it. You guys know the pharaoh piece that I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Bright yellow topaz eyes on it. And you guys feel like you're being watched from that headpiece as you enter in. All he does to greet you is he holds up a hand and he gestures out to the seats. And this is just an out of character note. If you guys are able to spare a free browser tab to view the stream, I would really appreciate it. But with that being said, this is where the negotiations begin. He motions you guys into your seats, and he starts by knocking and says, "Thank you very much for coming here, each one of you. What is it that brought you to Catbasement?" And he strokes his beard.
King Beanbag, we, upon meeting with Nasava, have discovered that you are in great need of a return of one of your precious artifacts.
I go and I nudge him with an elbow and I say, gifts first.
We bring tribute of knowledge and resources of a technical nature that we would like to provide to your civilization, to garnish a bit of favor and to prove our intentions. What we seek is an area to establish ourselves, a small tract of land to set up an outpost for ourselves. But we do have a goal in mind. We understand your quest, and we have some knowledge that may lead us to being able to return your precious native gold throne.
He points one of his pudgy fingers out at the speaker, and he says, "You, come close if you will. I need to distill your intent."
And I'll lumber up there in my plate armor.
He stands up, and he walks down to, get on an equal level with you. And he crosses his arms, furrows his brow, and you feel like your brain is being read through as the topaz eyes glow on his helmet. Now, what you need to tell me right now, psychically, is what is your intent?
To bring prosperity to our group and to honor our word.
To honor your word and bring prosperity to your group. Okay. He's going to say, do you represent this group you come in with?
In some fashion, we are that of a majority rule, but we hold true to honor and the dwarven custom of responsibility and holding to one's word.
I step forward and I say, as holy representative of Rondo amongst this group, I hereby offer forth our most esteemed appreciations for the hospitality that your fortress has shown us thus far. We know that ye and your rule are most beneficent and most able, and we have come here to be of service to ye and yours, that we might enter the grace of Catbasement.
So you wish to set up shop for your business? Army? Artist?
Business
Collective?
is a good word for it, Your Majesty.
We are a group of like-minded individuals. Our organization is professional help.
Auxiliaris Professionalem or something?
Yes.
I gesture in that direction.
We have thus far made a living as seekers and finders of artifacts, of righting wrongs, of resolving issues for individuals and groups. And we don't have a home of our own, and we'd like to we'd like to set up a permanent location in Catbasement and provide our services to Catbasement in appreciation for that.
Your services? And a quick question just out of character for the group. Who's the biggest, baddest criminal in the crew? I know that Timbuktu is playing Devaj, who is in the Thieves Guild. Do we have any criminals in our group beyond him?
Just being exiled for being greedy.
Okay.
I'm just going to point out the humor that Devach slid into here so silently.
Yeah. He infiltrated.
Let's leave Rondo, for I have sinned. I have engaged in public urination upwards of 27 times.
Jesus Christ.
More out of necessity than desire, I promise.
27 times.
He lost count.
In
He
a
blacked out
row?
too many times.
So, to me, it
Throughout my
sounds
life.
like Devach is probably the worst criminal. Then, probably.
Yeah.
So he's going to point out at you. He's going to thank the speakers who have spoken to him so far, and he's going to walk up, I guess it wouldn't be face to face, but face to lower than face with Devach, and he is going to say, "Come here," and invite you to stand.
Yeah, I stand.
And he says, "Look into the eyes of the snake."
I look into the eyes of the snake after glancing at both walls.
The cat has leapt onto Nasava's lap, as well as shit. I'm trying to remember the name for character protection. I'm trying to remember.
Constantine?
Constantine. That was it. It was like Von Helsing kind of.
Oh shit, I forgot. Real quick, how many cats liked me since the last time?
3.
3. We'll make
This is
note.
the same song. It's the same damn song. Okay. So,
Protection, my writing's a little smudged. Can you verify your last name for me?
Von Keelsing. I'll put it in chat.
appreciate that.
Okay. Double thank you.
So as you look into the eyes of the snake, I don't know what kind of feelings this would evoke, but it kind of feels like someone is very gently but thoroughly peering through your brain, the part of your brain that contains like your current goal. And I want to know, what is your intention with being here right now? What is your honest intention? From his perspective.
Devach we know Devach's big goal in life, to destroy the Thieves Guild in Merlani. But, so I guess finding some means to acquire wealth, get some mercenaries, and go back there.
Sorry, can I get that again? What was destroyed by the Thieves Guild? Or
no, Devach wants to destroy the Thieves Guild.
He wants to destroy. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It's a revenge thing.
Cool, I can get on board with that.
So a deeper question would be, why are you in this throne room right now? Are you in the throne room because the rest of the party is there and you follow the party? Do you feel like you have a stake in this, or do you not feel that way? And I want your character's honest thoughts on this. Okay. Not thoughts, but your true intent. The spell is called Distill Intent. So he's gonna know.
So what I'm doing here? Well, going off Devach's character, he's gonna be mooching off the potential success that this might bring.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting idea.
Out of character, I ain't committed no crimes, but my motives might be the same vein of suspect as Devach's if attention turns my way.
Shit. This headdress is gonna make things hard for you guys. Interesting. I hear kitty.
And my intent with sitting was to sit away from the front and just try and be a nondescript. Don't look at me, I'm an extra.
Got it. You're doing your best to be invisible in a way.
I find the darkest corner of the throne room
so that the attention is pulled away from you.
It's good stuff. He's going to say, I'm not detecting the best intentions from this group. We deal fairly in these lands and hold ourselves to an impossibly high standard. What makes you think you're up to snuff to dwell within Catbasement?
I would encourage you to view my intentions.
He'll do it. He'll go up to you, instruct you to gaze into the eyes of the serpent.
I for one
look taken aback at all this.
Okay.
What are your intentions?
My character strongly wants to create a city that is a safe haven for adventurers, because everyone seems to think that, they're desperate, they're lower ranked than other citizens, and I want to create a safe haven for people to grow and thrive and create a place that people can actually grow stronger, so that way they come home from their adventures.
Interesting. Okay. You're going to catch a smile on his face. This is the first time that he's smiled in this whole conversation. And he's going to readjust his headdress, and without turning his back to you, he's going to walk backwards and sidestep back up the small steps onto the dais where his throne is. And he's going to sit himself down, rest upon his chin, and say, "So what is it you offer to make your dreams a reality? You crave a building permit in business terms. Usually these building permits are 100,000 silver at the minimum. So why should I make a special exception for you? I know you're not rich."
I stand up and I show him my sigil, my necklace. I am from the Selena family. I can definitely vouch for this group monetarily if you ever need to, if we ever had to default on our payment or whatever.
But you see, I need to work with capable individuals. How do I know the silver is not gotten? How do I know your wealth of silver is not ill-gotten gains? I do think highly of the Salinas family, but you are the second son. Hieronymus, was it?
Yes. But still, I bury my family sigil, and in our family comes always first. Even if we have our personal squabbles, politics are above family problems.
I step forward and I say, amongst this group are many with high place and pride. I come before you as a humble cleric of Roundo, and I say, nay, we have not proven ourselves to thee truly, and yet still we might. For the next time we proceed within these doors, we shall have fully and truly proven ourselves. And until that time comes, we ask merely for your grace and beneficence as we make this place our temporary residence.
My lord, if we create this settlement in the future, and we do not uphold ourselves to your values and goals, knowing the strength and might of your kingdom, I don't think it would be very hard for you to wipe us off the face of the planet.
I do not wish for cruelty.
Out of character, I'm side-eyeing you really hard at that.
I'm giving you like a you think he doesn't know that type of look.
I merely want to employ and support only the cream of the crop to uphold the high standards of this place, and frankly, I'm not impressed with what you can bring to the table. If you could bring something truly remarkable before my eyes to prove that you are worthy of living within this wonderful kingdom, I could consider it. You see,
Your Honor, if you want to see something remarkable, watch what that woman can do on a wagon with a hammer and a goblin's head.
I just start smacking
bow
at
a
him,
little
just
bit.
like take my hat off or something and smack at him, just like.
he motions over and says, "Please, go on." As a cat is like weaving between your legs.
I don't know much about royalty, but if I do know one thing, you guys don't get out a lot. You ever seen a tornado?
No.
Have you ever seen two in the same week?
His eyebrows raise and he puts both his hands on his chair and says, "No, damn chair. No, I haven't. He's just like adjusting himself uncomfortably.
Can your snake show the intent of a tornado? Give you the idea of it?
I don't think that would be how it works.
No. The tornado's intent. Well, Your Majesty, I can guarantee that no facility in Catbasement would even be remotely like what we're going to be giving you. If you want entrepreneurship and artisanness, we'll give it to you in the form of our craft, which may not be standardized. Yes.
Oh, let me cut you off there. You are craftsmen? Do you have craftsmen in your wake? Crafts dwarves? What do you make?
I make things disappear.
My fucking god.
I'd like to stand up and like draw attention to myself and be like, Your Majesty, it was my mace work. The Honorable Devach was just praising. And I would like to say that I do consider myself to be a craftswoman of sorts. And my craft is murder and retrieval. And Your Honor, I'd like to think I'm damn good at it. And then I sit back down.
Exactly.
Do you guys remember McCarthy, who you brought with you to be a craftsman in these lands?
Yes.
Anyone want to mention that?
Yes. So
Mick Jagger just starts playing the flute.
So, upon our adventures, we've encountered several individuals with a vast skill of craftsmanship, quality workmanship that we have put our lives into, that we've entrusted our lives to. The very craftsman who has forged this set of armor I'm wearing, the implements of my trade, has agreed to come with us and join us, who would be establishing a business of sorts, providing goods and wares in Catbasement, provided we are afforded the opportunity to establish our residence here.
King Beanbag is going to stand up and he's going to take a few steps down and from a distance just admire the custom armor pieces that you are donned in right now. He's going to motion over to Death or Action Brand and say, "Did this craftsman, how did they ring the iron around your neck? I haven't seen a method like that before."
In all honesty, Your Grace, I did not stand there to watch the process myself. Couldn't relate to the truth of it.
Well, it looks like it was hand spun rather than hammer worked.
I look down at myself and up at the king, and I bow again, and I say, Your Grace, your eye is far more skilled in such things than mine could ever be, I'm sure.
He shakes his hand and says, No, that's where you're wrong. And he, power walks over to the big gates, and he opens the door himself. Seems like a man who really likes to do things himself. And he shouts out into the corridor, "Bring me the master of the Weaponsmith Guild!" He closes the door and walks back and says, "They'll be here in minutes, I'm sure."
My brows arc. Of course, Your Grace.
I haven't seen craftsmanship such as this. But please, maybe you can make a few things disappear for me. I have many, many hot items on my to-do list, as it were. We have a few unsavory artifacts in Catbasement. We keep them under lock and key, with great security, greatest security in the land. But if you can make them disappear, it would be of great service to me and my people.
As a safety precaution for our people, why have these artifacts not simply been destroyed?
Have you tried closing a bridge on them?
Oh, that's hilarious. He's going to say, to tell you the truth, we've brought them in front of our scholars, and they don't know what to do with them, and frankly, we've lost too many scholars in the researching process. We have a number of these artifacts.
Well, that sounds terrifying, but I think we can help.
Your only stipulation is for them to disappear.
I feel if they were to reappear anywhere, it would damn the very souls of those who uncover it. You would have to truly dispose of them. The means of which we haven't figured out. If we did know, I wouldn't ask you now. Oh, do you?
We have our ways. We have our connections.
We have access to some places with unusual properties, and I'm just going to give a wink, like a showman's wink, and not elaborate further right now.
All we have are their names. We have the Iron Pyrite Ring of Eye-Bite. We have the Turquoise Choker of the Running Mouth. We have the Stone of Agony. The Ingot of Intellectual Property. And the Tear of Brondo.
Tear of
We
Brondo.
We want them gone. Destroyed, evaporated, boiled, hell, whatever it takes.
Perhaps you can tell us a bit
promise
more.
that we will do our best.
And if we do make them disappear, what will happen?
I may consider lowering the price for a building permit.
I mean, can I whisper to people in the party and say, like, we also have something else to offer that is maybe perhaps looking for the throne? I mean, we noticed him sitting awkwardly on his throne right now, right?
I whisper back, we should have done that already if we had half a brain.
I mean, maybe he can lower the price even more.
I mean,
He's going to extend
Good
an
idea.
open hand over to you and say, "Is there something you'd like to share with the rest of the conglomeration? Or are you holding secrets in front of a king?"
So, Your Honor, we have information on what I believe is a long-lost throne of yours.
It's your grace.
Your Grace. And if we were to be able to settle on your land, I can promise you that we will do our best to retrieve this throne.
He puts his hands on his hips. Are you promising me that you will return this? Are you telling me you have intelligence on this? Tell me more.
I am promising
I can
you-
promise we'll die trying.
I can promise that we have intelligence and a very good indication to where it is, and I can promise you that we will either get the throne or die trying.
He smiles at Melantha's mention of like, we'll die trying. In the same way that a king would smile at soldiers being like, we will bravely fight tooth and nail until oblivion for your name. Kind of loyalty. And he says, if you get that throne back for me, I can't put a price on what I would do for you.
Ah.
If it is done, I will make it so.
Okay, we can work with that, can we not, group?
Who has it? Where is it? When can I... What do you need? How can we help?
Okay. So,
You have access to healing potions?
I haven't heard of such a thing.
If you could outfit our group for the long journey and dangerous journey, that would be infinitely helpful.
Your Grace, we've not fully elucidated where the throne can be found. You see, we have access to a certain magical...
Everyone's skipping around that topic that goes there.
He interrupts. He interrupts holding his finger up and he says, imagine, foreigners, guests, if you will, a gilded scale larger than me. On one half of the scale, I place a silver spear, a silver claymore, a silver mace, and he's just pointing to each of you, like describing a silvered version of each of your primary weapons. And he says, you see how the scale tilts a bit sharply to the right when there's nothing I'm receiving in return. But imagine, if you will, you were to place a golden throne. See, this would outweigh what I gave to you. So, seeing as the scale is right tilted at this moment in time, what can you do to even it out until that throne is provided to my end of the scale?
This is when I'm gonna wave to whoever brought the offerings for him to, like, step forward with him. Because we did bring some offerings, right?
Yes.
We had fancy. Okay.
Yeah.
We
got those in bags and shit.
Yeah. We've got
Now,
this.
can you remind me what some of the writings were about?
The research on lycanthropy,
right?
And all of the research data on that kind of stuff that came from the hospital.
Excellent. He's He's going to motion that to come his way, and then a door opens up from the back of the throne room. That big door opens, and you see a very wide set, square-shaped dwarf come in with soot on his nose, in his beard, on his gloves, and he's sweating. And he says, "Sorry, my lord, I came as soon as I could." Runs up to the front. "I heard you need an appraisal." King Beanbag points over at Death or Action Brand's neck guard that was made from McCarthy, literally using his like senseless hands to like braid a rope made out of hot iron. And this master craftsman looks at it, sticks his finger in, like tries to pull it apart, like pulls out calipers and like measures different areas, and he says, "My lord, this is a handcraft. No tools. Nay, but 0 hammer strikes. I've never seen anything like this before." The king says, "Ah. Do you know the name of the dwarf responsible?"
Aye, all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. 'Tis McCarthy who came with us, the man the dwarf with who we are intending to set up here.
McCarthy. Sounds like a name from Europa, in a Marlene sort of region. McCarthy, the mix, as it were. Where can I meet him? I could see this balancing our equation here, as the scholars would call it. I like to call it the scale.
Your grace can be most assured that McCarthy will be of his grace's service, just as ours.
Want to remind you guys that McCarthy is in Catbasement, and so is Trissy.
Yes.
Just
They've
as a
accompanied us
reminder.
here, or at least followed
Yeah.
us here.
That's right. I would love
Then
you
let's
too at
go get 'em.
Kleptomania.
Is there a reason that we're not just gonna go get the guy?
Well, we could, have him summoned to the throne room.
Sure.
Yeah, we can have him brought forthwith if you wish, your grace.
He just like waves and says, I'll do it, and he's getting kind of huffy. And he walks over, power walks through the throne room, opens up and shouts in summoning of the dwarf named McCarthy, who was presumed to be staying with you guys. And he closes the door and he says, I'm imagining a scale that is one dwarf shy of being balanced. If I meet this fine dwarf, if he really does exist, I could outfit you each with a silvered weapon. On the promise, nay, the responsibility, the duty of returning what is rightfully ours to this very throne room. Besides, I'm through with this piece of shit. It cuts me. No one likes a chapped ass. Right? He says, trying to lighten the mood after some gruff negotiations.
Of course, your grace. We
And-
don't see the royal ass chapped.
Just so much quicker than the master craftsman responded. In less than a minute, we have McCarthy knocking on the door. He's let in by one of the guards, and he immediately takes off his hat and holds it between his hands, and he says, "Aye, you summoned me?" The king motions him closer, and he just points very forcefully at all the different works that he's made, and he says, "Are you the one responsible?" McCarthy thinks he's getting chewed out for this. And he's just kind of kicking invisible dust. And he's like, Aye, 'twas me. And King Beanbag just like puts his hands on the sides of his head and just like gives him a big wet kiss on the forehead. And he's like, immaculate work, son. How would you reckon a job around here? I say you could be a master within a year. We'll start you off as an expert here in Catbasement. Would it please you? And McCarthy just like tears well up in his eyes and just like throws his arms around King Beanbag. And like they embrace for a moment, and he takes a step back and he says, gaze into the eyes of the serpent, if you would. McCarthy obliges. The eyes glow, and you see like a one-sided smile appear on King Beanbag's face, and he says, I know you'll make me proud. He regards the party and says, I consider the scale balanced for now. If you don't mind, after we're all done here, head on down to our metalsmiths guilds, down in the magma industry, and we'll get you outfitted with custom works, fresh from the anvil today. But I want that throne back, post-haste.
Agreed.
I bow, and I say, your liege is most gracious.
And he says, all right, enough of the official chitter-chatter. Who wants to feed Jojo a watermelon? And he points over.
Hell yeah.
He points to the elephant.
Yes.
Please. And like you see the elephant was just like standing there, just being like a wall, you know. And then right when the elephant hears his name, you know how elephants like do that like really big like side eye thing. He like breaks his stance and like looks over at the mention of a watermelon.
All right.
I'd just like to give him a quick touch, if I may. I've never touched an elephant before.
Oh, go on ahead, go on ahead. Jojo, gentle with friend. Yeah, pats Jojo on the trunk. Honestly, this is the most docile elephant around. Seriously, like didn't even look like it was going to cause you harm. Maybe your characters are innately afraid of an elephant, and this is just a great and terrifying gray thing wearing like gilded armor on its head. But anyone that knows about anyone that knows about animals knows that this thing is just so calm right now. And it's ready for some fucking watermelon.
Oh hell yeah.
There's
Please,
just there's a
watermelon.
wheelbarrow of watermelon that was kept out of sight behind one of the gilded pillars closest to the throne. And I do want to mention that inside of here, you guys were trusted to be inside of a gold throne room with just the king and no guards.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
I didn't specifically disarm before coming here. Is he comfortable with us being weaponed?
He didn't seem concerned. Maybe there's more than
an
elephant.
We were disarmed when we entered Catbasement, I think. We were told to put away weapons, right?
No.
No,
You've been able to walk around with your weapons.
Okay.
I run over to the watermelon cart and grab a watermelon, and I run over to the elephant and hold it up for the elephant.
And the trunk like raises up and it's like waiting for you to put it in its mouth, but it's like also looking at you like, oh god, is this gonna be a sheepish one? Am I gonna have to take it from them?
No, I just throw it at it.
Caught it right out of the air and just satisfying juicy crunch, 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 crunch.
I'm gonna back away a little bit.
I'm going to look for the biggest watermelon.
Oh, the biggest watermelon? Oh, there's this really big watermelon, but it looks like it might be going a little bad.
Hmm.
They get
I'll-
mushy when they're bad, right?
I imagine.
They sound very sloshy.
Yeah. I'll pick it up and I'll put it in front of its trunk so it can sniff it.
Jojo just like wraps around and like just horks it down. Horks down that whole watermelon.
Hell yeah.
It even gets like fragments of the slightly bad watermelon on those gilded beads on its trunk, and it like wraps around and like sticks those in its mouth. Like it's just like a set of fingers on the end of that trunk.
Did any little chunks of watermelon drop on the ground?
No.
Wow. Efficient. Okay.
Very efficient. Yeah. Right on. Good stuff, guys. I think that the entire party deserves a fate point for this. I think this went really well. This could have gone badly. I had some like specific rules and guidelines and desires and shit that I wrote down about what Beanbag wants, and I think that you guys navigated it really well. You didn't piss him off. This is definitely worth a fate point for everyone.
Woo!
This is me asking, did we actually agree to get rid of the items? Because I don't feel like we did.
No.
I agreed.
We said we'd make them
I was
disappear one way or another.
Agreeing to make him disappear, yeah.
I know that was like brought up, but when he was talking about the scale, he's like, I give you silver and you give me these books and your craftsmen and we're even. Bring me the throne and it's going to completely upset this and I'm going to give you things to balance it. That's the agreement right now, and no, it's not official. There aren't official terms on it.
I'm mainly interested about the Tear of Brondo.
Sure, you want to ask him about it before you head out?
I do. I say, your liege, your grace, I do remember you mentioning the Tear of Brondo, and as a cleric of Brondo, it falls upon me, of course, to impose as to whether I might hear about it or not.
What do you wish to know? We don't know how to dispose of it. We don't know how to render it innate. But it's a powerful artifact indeed.
What is it and what does it do?
When you entered into our lovely domain of Catbasement, you saw our great pyramids. Why, it is a pyramid if it could fit in your hand. It rendered one of our scholars studying it, rendered him into a babbling baby, essentially, but grown as a man, as a dwarf, he would say. We can't lose years and years of study like this. We need something done.
So these are just essentially cursed items.
What's a curse?
I beg of ye, my liege, show me to this. If it bears Brondo's name, I be not afraid. I be in his favor.
Have a word with the scholars before you leave town. Just don't let it take up too much time.
I bow and I say, of course, my liege, I thank you for the opportunity.
Is there anything you guys want to do before you take your leave? There were other items that were mentioned, but all you guys were given were their names.
Maybe we should get a scribe to put this to paper and ask for a seal.
I was gonna say we should negotiate some sort of like taking care of the rest of them for maybe more supplies. Maybe we get some retainers to help us carry stuff. Maybe we get.
I mean, he has said that the scales are even.
Look.
We would have to.
I amongst the humans, you might need to be having a bunch of ink and paper and such like
Best
that. But
bits
amongst
for the best
dwarves,
scoot.
a word and a handshake is as good as anything, right?
What
If
was that,
the culture
Deather? I
works
think
like
I
that,
missed that.
then,
I think I
yeah.
missed that.
This whole thing has been negotiated by all of Dwarven society, even the monarchy, is organized by mutual agreement, handshake, verbal mutual understanding. There's no such backstabbery and legalisms that are required by the despicable human society that I have been forced to come from. No, there's none of that bullshit.
Before
Dwarven
we
society
leave,
is not more
I would
clean
like to ask the king who he wants us to coordinate with to decide where our location is going to be.
Just to quickly go back to Deather, were you like asking like if a handshake is necessary, asking him like directly, like should we shake on it, kind of deal?
I'm telling my party that like the word or a handshake is as good as like a contract, a paper contract in Dwarven society. We wouldn't need to ask the king to shake on anything because the king's word is more than good enough.
Gotcha. Then he would ask each and every one of you to shake his hand, look him in the eye. Not in the eyes of the serpent, but his eyes.
Gladly agree.
Agree.
Yep. Yeah, of course.
Easy.
Right on. He'll just like go down the line. As you can tell, he's a very active king. He does a lot of things himself, and just goes between each of you, shaking your hands one after another. And Mick Jagger was asking about like who to coordinate about once the building permit is acquired, like how do we get our base set up essentially?
Well, I mean, like just this because we never talked about like where we're going to set up, right?
Sure.
Like, I mean,
at this point, we're not guaranteed a tract of land yet, but once we acquire the throne, we will have our land permit.
Under the assumption that that's what the scrolls and the dwarf were.
That's for getting us all outfitted with like good armor and weapons.
I don't even
okay.
I don't even want to permanently settle here. I think we should strike our own fort eventually, rather than rely on someone else's.
We just want a tract of land, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the fort, but in their territory.
Yeah.
That's
It
my
would be
that's
our
my
own fort.
understanding for the way that negotiations have gone. It's like, you know, we have the whole nation of Catbasement that he is king over, and you guys are just asking for a little slice of the pie, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
You guys will find a spot. This has not been discussed yet because I mean you guys haven't turned over the goods yet. But it sounds like he's willing to grant you a building permit for like a big discount if you're able to get this back. He said that the throne is priceless to him and his people.
And like player talk, I'm thinking straight down from under the A in cat, there's a little like backwards L on the coast. I think we should look at something near there.
Like a port setup is what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if we should. I mean, well, that's an idea. Yeah, that's a fair idea. I was thinking of something just like more centrally located around Catbasement we could use to like as a form of trade or like directing people towards our fort wherever we decide to strike our fort eventually.
I think this would be a good opportunity. I think this would be a good opportunity for me to work with some of the map makers in our group here, talking about like making a detailed map of the nation of Catbasement.
Oh yeah, sure. I can look into that.
I'd love to.
Yeah. I think that would be awesome. And we could so we do have like one city of Catbasement that honestly needs a name. It was the port city where you guys landed, and maybe you guys could take a slice of the pie near there because that's a trade hub. And we talked about the River Nile leading like from the ocean like through there and stuff. I don't know. I need to talk with some people that know more about how oceans and stuff work.
We could make that particular place the slice if, in fact, no one else is like ruling it or whatever.
These are all great negotiations. You know, we're putting the cart before the horse, but I think it's good to have these ideas in mind.
First, I'd like to go get some outfit and gear and stuff. So.
Hell yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So,
I start following the weaponsmith.
Right on. I'm trying to remember the voice that I had for him.
It was a skittish guy.
A little skittish, right? Kind of like nervous, anxious, and he sounded a little bit like the hummingbird, right?
Yeah.
I need to remember how that sounded. I think I got it. Sometimes I lose my catalog of voices, so forgive me. So you guys are gonna be led down to the magma forges. And essentially he's gonna give you the lowdown. Alright, so we're taking you down there, and boss says that each one of you is getting equipped with a silvered weapon. I just need you to know going into it, these things are mighty fragile. Mighty fragile. Masterwork's all, you can't go wrong, but fragile, alright? As long as you know that, I think we'll be okay. And he's just going to go down the line and work with each of you individually. I don't think that we need to go through a massive amount of roleplay unless you're into that sort of thing. But we'll just go like down the line, starting with, I know Deather is nature calling, going to the bathroom. So next up is Hieronymus. What weapon do you want made of silver?
A silver warhammer.
Silver warhammer?
I
awesome.
have a picture if you need it.
Post it in chat. Let's see it.
This, but then in silver, yeah. It's in the voice chat.
I see. So I really like the head of that being like little cat heads with like big toothy grins around it, and the ears are the spiky part of the hammer face.
Yeah, cool.
I like that a lot. Here, I'm just gonna bring that up to our stream people just so they can see what I'm talking about. Making sure this looks good. Oh, it's so white. Hello? Hello? Oh, did it download? I don't want that. There's definitely a way to get it to show up. Does anyone know how to make Discord things? Can I just drag this? Come on. Copy the image address? I don't want to download it. Oh, come on. Why is image not working? Let me try and copy the link, maybe? There we go. Awesome. Okay, so you guys can see that now. So what I was talking about was this right here. Looks like little cat, like 4 cat heads around the sides with big toothy grins and wide eyes, and these are the ears on them. I think that'd be awesome. So you can feel free to add a silver warhammer to your inventory. That's a medium weapon, and if you roll a natural 1, even on if you roll a natural 1, it will break. So I'm just letting you know that can happen.
Okay.
Then we're going to take a step back. We're going to go to Deather. Each of us are getting outfitted with silvered weapons of our choice. What do you want? We have Master Craftsmen here, but they have warned you that they are fragile. Game mechanics-wise, they will break on a nat 1.
Do any of them have a McCarthy-level skill of weaving metal ropings?
I mean, McCarthy's your best dude, but honestly, I gotta think about that. Hold on.
I mean, it could be a good chance for McCarthy to show them how to do it.
That's true. That is totally true. Also, I just remembered it's not a nat 1, it's a 1 in 10 chance. It's a 1 in 10 chance, so every time you swing an attack, you roll a d10 along with it. Not a nat 1, it's a 1 on a d10. This would be a
FML.
good chance for McCarthy to show his worth. What are you thinking?
I just want McCarthy or whoever to make me a rope of braided silver that I can have then knotted to create my like a full like a knot, like a monkey fist like I usually use, except made fully of silver.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, that could be possible. That could definitely be possible. You're going to have to allow a bit of time for fabrication, but he can make that.
No issue.
I think that's well within his capabilities. Constantine, what kind of silver weapon are you thinking?
I already have a +1 sword.
That's true.
What do we need the silver for? I've been gone a couple sessions.
That's okay.
I
So
guess
far the
vampires and
party,
werewolves.
yes. Yes. Things that are normally only hittable or weak to silver, but so far in our campaign, we haven't run into anything like that.
Okay. I think I'm good. I really just need like plate mail, if that's an option.
You could purchase plate mail here, but the price is going to be 1.1 times normal.
And I have a case of the pores, so I guess I will not be doing that.
A case of the pores. I know we have a party fund available. We can discuss that when we're done with the silver weapon outfitting. What about you, Mick Jagger? What kind of silver weapon are you thinking?
Can you come back to me?
Sure thing. We can also do like silvered ammo if you guys are hoping to get like 20 rounds of silver ammo. What about Nasava?
20?
I'm looking. Come back to me too.
Okay. Devach.
I want a silver bill hook.
A silver bill hook. Is that a polearm?
Yeah.
It can be done.
It'd be the second one
You
in
gave
the
me an
bill.
image. You gave
Oh,
me an
sick.
image.
It'd be the
Let's go.
second one, is what I want.
Oh, I was doubting to take like the third one, a Lucerne.
Ooh,
Like,
okay.
Those like the fourth
I
one.
love it. I love it. So this is a
Awesome.
lungfish. A lungfish with a really sharp dorsal fin on it. Oh, you can't see. Hold on.
Nice.
It's a lungfish with a sharp like snoot, and then the dorsal fin is hooked, and it's wicked. Beautiful.
Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful. I dig that. Oh, Claiborne gave a link. Let me bring that up.
What would be its damage? Would it be a 1d8?
Same as a polearm. I don't have the stats in front of me. I think it's
Medium
a D10.
weapons are 1d8.
I don't think a bill hook is medium. I'm pretty sure it's
Pole arms, I think, are medium unless it's a specific kind of spear.
I
but
would
even
consult the
then, it's-
book. Definitely consult the book.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing on the stream right now is Death or Action Brands requisitioned custom silver monkey's fist to represent Brondo, dwarven bearded god of magic and knots and the sea.
Indeed, and it's gonna look marvelous.
I love it. I love it. Great bill hook. What about Tina? What kind of weapon?
Definitely a back sword with like a hand cover.
Ah. Ooh, this one looks pretty cool. Let's see if we can show that off. So something like this. Something like this right here.
But a
20%
more
off.
intricate hand cover, like that
Yeah.
actually covers the hand, similar to like
An actual guard for your hands
Yeah.
is what I'm hearing. Something a bit like, do you want like a full like cover like it is?
it's very similar. Yeah, actually something
Like
more
one of
like
these
what's to the
guys?
right of that picture. Actually, go
Oh,
back up.
going
Oh
back
yeah,
up.
like that.
You want like a metal cage,
Yes.
It's known as a
basically.
basket hilt.
A
Basket
basket.
hilt.
So this
Thank you.
basket is it looks like a bee's nest on it. Looks like a bee's nest made out of silver. Every piece of these is silver. And you can tell that they are custom made, not made from a mold or anything like that. They're beautifully, beautifully worked. I would describe them as masterworks. All right, what about Vorak?
I already have a bunch of silver ammo,
Mm-hmm.
and I would take another axe, a pair, so one regular to match my regular one.
Ah, so you have one standard axe and you want like a silver axe that looks much like it.
Yes.
So what is the style of axe? Is it like a bearded axe, kind of like the one that I own? Is it like more
I do like-
hatchet-ish?
It's more like a. I guess how would be the best way to describe it? Because it's basically a modified pickaxe, an axe on one side and a pick on the back.
Gotcha.
Had that.
Is it a like how long is the blade portion? Is it like longer than the head? Is it like the same size as the head?
So it's. I'm trying to think of a good description for it.
Or maybe I can.
Give me a second. I have my picture in. It's old in chat, but I can repost it if I need.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Just so the viewers at home can see. We'll cycle through the list again for those who don't have designs in mind yet. I love this shit. I love weapons and I love making custom pieces. So what about Malantha?
You know, you asked not very long after I finished photoshopping my weapon.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Because I couldn't find a very long one of it, so I had to extend that handle out like 90% of the way. It was a very small image. The watermark covered the entire width of the image when I started.
Good work with the Photoshop lengthening.
Yeah. So yeah, just
go to
like a
college to do
solid
that.
silver mace, and it's mildly intricate up at the top to visually show how fragile it is.
Sure. So this one looks like a. Have you seen those like honey dipping? I think it's actually called a honey wand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this one just looks like a honey wand, essentially. But it's not from Amazon. Oh, hold on.
Very
There we
nice.
go. Honey wand, like it is. But instead of like having those rings around the edge, it's. I mean, you gave a great image, but this is clearly styled like a honey wand. And Vorak is going to be decked out with one of these guys, but made of silver. Extra fragile, possibly a bit better for ghosts than other swingings like on stones and whatnot. Okay, so let's cycle back through our list. I'm trying to remember who did not.
It would be me, Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with me getting a shield instead? Because I'm not a fighter. I would prefer to defend myself.
Shields are cheap. You shouldn't use a royal favor on it. I would get a silver weapon and resell it later for the money.
Yeah, sell the royal favor.
That's the shield I would like.
Okay, I'll put it up. Did we get a weapon for Hieronymus? I don't remember. You got the hammer, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't want to skip you.
No, it's okay.
Is this the good bio music in Dwarf Fortress? What's going on right here?
No, this is some weird like astronomer ambient stuff.
Okay, then
It sounds pretty similar, doesn't it?
It does.
I feel it. That's a glorious shield. Where'd you find that?
Google.
That's a good place to find stuff.
Yeah.
Right on.
Cool looking
Trying to
equipment
think of a cool design on it. I think on the shield portion of it, it would have an image of King Beanbag leaping up and ripping the cheek off of an Etten with a small squad of dwarves in the background. I think that's what would happen. Next up, Nasava wanted me to come back.
Yeah. There is an axe. If it loads, there we go.
Ooh, oh my god. Holy shit.
Very snazzy.
Look at that. Look at that thing. Oh, I love the dragon like crawling down it. Trying to think how it would be designed. That's a nice bearded axe. I think that instead of a dragon, it would be like a salamander. Be a salamander right behind the head of the axe.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And all of it is silver. Every single part of this is silver. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. So, McCarthy is hard at work, and he has gathered quite a crowd around him at the magma forges because they're watching this absolute madman just like heating it up and like working it with his hands and dipping it in water and like working the bellows. He's doing the whole job that normally 2 dwarves do. And he's just like wringing it around, and doesn't seem like it causes him pain on his hands when he's wringing this silver for you. And this is a method that hasn't been seen before. And anyone else in the chat who plays a wide variety of tabletop games, there's a wonderful system called Burning Wheel, and this is how all dwarven metallurgy is performed. And I use that for the inspiration for McCarthy because I think it's really cool, using his hands to form it. It's almost like a form of magic you're seeing before your eyes, but my explanation for a gritty, low magic world is that he has like very little or no sensation left in his hands, and he can just do this. And after a lot of time and getting used to doing this day in and day out, he's developed like a complete resistance to it. But it looks like the intricacies of your weapon are going to take him all day. So maybe when the sun goes down, it'll be done. The rest of these were fabricated already. So I want to know, what do you guys want to do with your day here in Catbasement? And we don't have to fill the day with stuff. You guys can be like, shit, man, we're just going to celebrate, have a few drinks, and go to bed.
So
eat a meal.
We should like rent a room because we've been crashing with Nasava's friends and family. So we should, as a group, rent a room somewhere we can stash all of our stuff and potentially secure it so that we can actually adventure from there into the portal, because we have it with us.
Sure. If you guys decide to rent rooms from the Dance of Cups, it's like a multi-story inn. It's kind of like a hotel for adventurers, passersby, vagrants, wanderers, and monster hunters. A lot like Dwarf Fortress, and you know how I do my my apartment housing in my forts, where I have like 3 stories, and people like walk through each other's rooms to get places. Like, you can buy those for super cheap, or you can have your private rooms for a higher price. I know that you guys were talking about definitely wanting privacy for where the art piece is being hung up to be, a bit secret for you guys. There are prices for this in the LOTFP rules for trying to remember the verbiage they use for it. Does anyone have a page number? I'm just looking right now.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at it here. Oh, not there.
Is it in equipment list? Lodging. Okay. So we are in a city, and if you guys are living in a poor inn, which is my way of saying a 3x3 square where people have to walk through your room in order to get to the next story, that's going to cost you 1 silver each. But if you want a private room, that'll be 5 silver each per day.
We just rent a barn and work out of that.
There are no barns here that are for rent. I mean, they have tons and tons of animal husbandry, but they wouldn't let you take up that room. Hey, what's up, Zoman?
I mean, how many of us can fit in the fancy room?
One each.
We would more want to rent a building versus renting a room, I think.
With how many people we got, yeah.
Well, one thing you could do is you guys could each get your own rooms and then just put the painting in one of the rooms and have all of you meet there and then go doop, 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 on through.
I do have my own place, right?
Yeah, we don't have to worry about getting a room for you, but I don't think you could house like all of these people and their retainers and their animals and everything.
Like
But-
for privacy with the.
You're right.
That's a
painting,
good
though.
idea as
You're
far as
right.
the painting is
Could
concerned.
hang it up in
Yeah.
your house. You got your own place.
Well, then I'm gonna go get a cheap room, because if the painting's taken care of, that's good enough for me.
And the prices here, as a general rule, are 1.1 times the normal price. So the poor price would be 1 silver, 1 copper.
I also kind of was thinking about this while you were saying it, but I wanted to talk to you guys before we actually did anything. Personally, I would like to take the cursed items and just throw them in the painting. And, wait a little bit and let it wreak havoc.
Oh my gosh.
One of them literally has my deity's name on it. I can't just let it be pitched around. I have to go and figure out.
Yeah,
what
but
it's
there's a
about.
bunch of other ones. Don't worry about that one.
Okay, so here's my idea on that, Deather. The dwarves don't understand magic, right? So what if we have Chrissy look at it?
I mean,
See if she
yeah,
can do detect magic on it.
that was going to be one of my basic things that we need to do. Is that.
See if they've imbued a magical nature into these artifacts without knowing it.
I'm fine with that.
Giving them.
No, yeah, I mean, I was definitely going to take it to her first because, I'm not just going to place my, life and limb on the eventualities of some horrific artifact that the dwarves themselves want to get rid of.
Right. So that's an idea, something we could work on potentially today because she's here with us. We just have to track her down. She's probably at the bar. I mean, knowing Chrissy.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, let's go get her.
All right.
Hell yeah.
So
Okay, but first I have to go get the thing itself before.
Yeah. Let's gather up the artifacts and head to the bar.
Well,
Right
don't
on.
we want to bring her to the artifacts? Because they're locked up right now.
They wanted you to talk to the scholars to find
Yeah.
out where these things were at.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's an idea too, is grab a few drinks to bring with us or a small cask so we can divvy out her payment.
Oh my gosh.
Do we want to work on that, or do we want to role play our getting rooms, or what do we want to tackle right now?
I mean, I think we can sleep the night and then in the morning hop on this. Because I feel like my character would definitely be partying.
Just from your game master's perspective, picking up the rooms is as simple as marking off the price on your individual sheets. If you're getting a poor room, it's poor room is 1 silver, 1 copper.
All right.
There you go. I got a room. Woo!
Get a room.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Is there a temple of Brondo here at all?
There's the Hall of Deities, isn't there?
There is the Hall of non-denominational deities, but I feel like Brondo would probably have his own personal one in here because he is one of the gods that dwarves fucking love around here. He's the bearded god, he's the magic god, and he's people say he's the biggest one, so of course dwarves are gonna love that. See, he's the biggest. We're in a way the biggest. I think there would definitely be a church to Brondo, but I don't think you would find a single unfrayed knot around there because of all the cats and how the symbols of Brondo usually dangle. Cats love batting at that shit. So I don't think you're gonna find any unfucked with articles of Brondo. Is there
Oh,
something?
no,
Is there something you seek from the temple?
I seek a place to stay, like a residency, if they have any residencies that are connected to the temple at all.
Gotcha. Only for like official dwarven clergy citizens of Catbasement. You're a foreigner. You're not a member of their like specific stake of a church. You're more than welcome to visit and worship, but you don't have a place to lay your head.
Well, then that's fine. I would just do so. Worship some and then head back.
I kind of want to go with whoever wants to join me to the library that's here in Catbasement to see if we can read into the research notes that, all the happenings around the artifacts that we just got. Because we heard that one scientist turned into like a baby or whatever, but there might be more information already existing in the fort about their research they did on it. So that we have a little inkling of what they might do.
Well, wouldn't that be with the scholars?
Yes.
Yeah, over.
Yeah. So Erodimus is asking the party who wants to join him to the library as well.
I will
I
definitely
could
join.
attend in the library.
I would like to take the opportunity to check in on Darkstar and see how the research into her artifact is going.
Oh yeah, right. They were checking out the gunpowder specifically. I remember that. Gotcha. Yeah, I think we can lump all that together.
Okay.
Thank you, man. So, over in the library, you guys wanted an update on how this strange like sulfur saltpeter smelling synthesized substance is faring and what its properties are. All they have to share with you is that it is highly combustible, and they've had to have a lot of meetings and deliberations about how they can make the most of this without burning the whole damn thing up. Because it seems like if they lit the whole thing on fire, it would all go away, and they wouldn't be able to do any more research. They'd be destroying what they were studying. So they need more time. But what they have so far is it is highly combustible.
Okay.
Okay, interesting.
Country am I from? I am from the United States of the USA. You have a song?
Allegedly.
Oh, are you giving me a little timestamp too?
Yeah, it'll put you where you need to be.
I gotta do a little Discord bot kung fu here. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I gotta do some weird stuff because it only seeks with seconds. So hold on, seek that. Boom. This is what you wanted. Absolutely, Sue. We are playing Lamentations of the Flame Princess. We're not really playing D&D. Just a little Twitch trick. So you guys got your answer about what was going on with that weird bag that Darkstar had. And you also wanted to... Did you want to talk to scholars, or did you want to read written works from the scholars about...
maybe
about
both,
the,
I guess. I just wanted to inquire
Sure.
information about those cursed artifacts.
Sure, so you guys are in the library. I want everyone to look at their character sheet and tell me if you know Dwarven. We need to roll language checks. If you know Dwarven, or if you for sure don't know Dwarven, you shouldn't participate in this. But if we're not sure whether your character knows Dwarven or not, now is the time for the language check.
God damn it, my character doesn't.
Oof.
I thought there were
Mine
pictograms so we
does.
could all understand, and I thought
Yes.
one of the dwarves said that everything was written in common as well.
Yeah, in here there's a lot of stuff written in common, but there's also Dwarven around. And the game rules are when your character first encounters a new language in gameplay, we roll a language check to determine if they have known the language or if they don't.
Okay.
So is there anyone that we need to roll a language check for? Because I think Constantine...
I know Dwarven.
I think Constantine is encountering Dwarven for the first time. Maybe he's not here.
No, I thought Constantine was here on session 2 when I found out I learned Dwarven.
Constantine's first session was session 3 or 4 when we went to the Maze of the Blue Medusa.
Oh, was it 3? I thought
think
it was
so.
2.
Yeah, it was.
Are you muted, Constantine? We'll just ask one more time and then we'll move on. Okay, we'll move on. So, for the artifacts, okay, what do you want to do first? Do you want to consult them or do you want to read first?
Let's read first, maybe, and then we can then, what do you say, double cross the information we're getting from them as well. No, we'd have a better
Cross-reference,
yeah,
not
exactly.
double cross.
Sorry.
Oh, come on, give him a break. His English is incredible.
I might end up
No, it's fine.
double-crossing you.
I have a few beers, so.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so the very first thing that you read is regarding what they call... They had a couple different names for it, but the name that they settled on was the Stone of Agony. And...
This was for the tier, right?
No. This is the artifact known as the Stone of Agony. There are
okay.
5 individual artifacts, and I rolled a die to determine which one you read about first.
Okay.
So, Stone of Agony... Trying to see what I can tell you. It drove... So the wording is a little bit strangely translated into common.
Okay.
It says that it drove its way into a dwarf scholar's life, but it's also written in a way that sounds like it was driven into his body. And working on this literally drove him to suicide.
Okay.
Much of the book is talking about in memoriam of that dwarf and talking about their contributions.
So it pierced his soul, we can conclude.
Oh yeah, we have people that know Dwarven. It literally pierced into his body. And the dwarf really tried to stick it out for a while, but couldn't take it anymore, and he offed himself.
So it burrowed itself inside of him?
Yes. That's the Stone of Agony.
Sounds terrible.
Sounds like a weapon.
Throw it at someone and let it burrow in.
Sounds like it doesn't burrow into you before.
Alright, so next one is the Iron Pyrite Ring of Eye Bite. It blinded their only human scholar in the history of this place. The only human scholar. It blinded him.
Do we also know if it blinded a dwarf? Or was it
There's only been one. There've only been one experiment.
Ah, okay.
There's only been one experiment. They were human. They lost their eyesight. Their eyes literally inflated and exploded out of their head, and the human.
This was the ring, right? The pyrite ring, you said.
The iron pyrite ring of eye bite.
Okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
his eyes swelled and popped out of his head, and sorry, not his. Her eyes swelled, popped out of her head, and she up and quit. She said, "I'm done being a scholar, and I'm leaving Catbasement." But there is a footnote that says to consult another book that talks about she was essentially working remotely. She came to her senses after she left Catbasement, but didn't take it upon herself to return. So she did her own research, and because she was established as an honored member this writers guild, more or less. She wrote her findings and she sent them off to Catbasement, and they accepted them as legitimate. And it sounds like her vision came back. Otherwise, how would she be able to write?
Is her name there? Is this a person we could reach by post? Or is this going to?
Yes, I just need to. Yes, I just need to think of a name.
Okay.
I don't think the name is important right now, but yes,
okay, fair enough.
You could
but
contact
there's a
her.
person we could possibly. Okay.
It was recently enough that even in a short human's lifespan, she would still be alive.
Okay, no, fine. I guess we can move on to the next object, in my opinion.
Just need to make a note. Just so I don't accidentally kill her off in a creative fury. Happens sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, they're dead. And they're like, you told me
Humans
they
are
were
so
alive.
fragile.
It's true. Fantasy really allows you to stretch lives when they're not human. Okay, next one. Turquoise choker of the running mouth. Let's see. They don't know what this one does, but one of their priests told them to not put it on. No experiments were performed. And I told you about that one. Okay. The ingot of intellectual property. It's a silver ingot, or at least it looks that way. Has a very, very short passage on it that says, "Do not engage in deals with a demon." That's it. Do not engage in deals with a demon. And we talked a bit about the Tear of Brondo. They said it is shaped much like the pyramids that are outdoors. But it tells the same story that that King Beanbag talked about. Someone attempted to study it, the dwarf that was in charge of studying this artifact just went absolutely mad and couldn't write, couldn't communicate. They were just impossible to understand forever. And this was a long, long time ago. This dwarf is long dead.
Sounds like an invitation to attempt my own sanity against it.
Oh yeah, you wanna see what happens?
Just lost an ear. Let's go in again.
Might as well.
Might as well.
You're gonna burn all those faint points in one place, are you?
I'm
definitely gonna pat you on the shoulder and wish you a very, very good luck.
Oh yeah.
And they mentioned that nothing happened until they placed it to their forehead. That's the new information you get from the book. Like, they could move it around in their hands, like, they did, like, everything. They poked it, they prodded it, they tried heating it up, drowning it, nothing happened. But when they placed it to their forehead, it was like they were, like, dumbstruck, in a way. Couldn't write, couldn't communicate.
Oh, I can just imagine, like, a scholar just, like, bashing their head against their desk out of frustration, and that's how it happened.
Pardon me.
Whoa!
So,
Gesundheit.
you guys got some
Gezondheid.
informations.
Ik wens je het allerbeste.
So we have elves in our group.
Yes.
They should be able to sense some magical nature of these things if they're in contact with them, right?
Yep. If they touch them, they can be like, this is definitely magic, or this is definitely not. Same with your cleric and any other magic user.
Yeah, I
They can do
think
the
it'd be
same.
better if Chrissy does all that? Because
Chrissy?
I do
Yeah.
not wish to touch these.
I would like to be on the scene for when she does that with the Tears of Brondo, though.
Well, did we drag her with us to do this in investigating of said items with a pony keg in tow, or
We were talking about it, but it never happened.
Just buy the keg, and then we can do that.
I would have personally gone to retrieve the Tears of Brondo myself, while everyone else was doing everything and anything else.
Let's say it's the cost of 30 drinks. Priced at 1.1 times price. That's where we're at. If you're forking over money for that. And Trissy is there. She's buzzed. She's not super fucked up. She wants to know what you want from her.
Ahoy there, Trissy. How be ya?
I'm fine.
Pleasure as always. Well, we come upon you once again for the beneficence of your abilities and your capabilities.
You know I can only do this a few times per day, right?
Yeah, of course, but this, it's an obligation upon me to inquire and impose upon you. For this be a artifact or some such along those lines that be named after my own deity, the Tears of Brondo.
Did he say his own deity?
Okay. So, where is it?
And I produce from my pack a cloth, a cheesecloth, within which it is wrapped. And I place it, I motion her aside and I place it upon a side table.
Oh. I didn't mean to put you in a creative spot there. If you guys want to literally retrieve the artifacts, we're gonna have to go through a whole thing with that. You're talking about the Tear of Brondo. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to retrieve
Gotcha.
and bring to her.
Oh, I thought you were retrieving the
pony keg?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, for doing that, we can kind of da along this. So, basically, underneath the Nile, there is the prison. They call it the dungeon. And they also keep several of these artifacts down in the dungeons underneath the Nile. So it's kind of close to the surface. And there would... Hold on.
What is this sound? Am I
know
hearing
it's
this, or-
awful.
Yeah, I
it's
hear it
awful.
too.
I hear it too.
Oh, dude, I thought I was
terrible.
going insane for a
Dude,
second.
me
I was
too.
like, holy
I was
fuck,
like,
I'm being-
I was just trying to keep my cool.
Space
I was
aliens
trying
are
to keep
real.
my cool and get rid of it. I was like, this needs to
Holy
go away. I felt like
Are
I
you
was
trying
going
to
crazy.
indoctrinate us into some cult?
No.
Dude,
Nothing of
what are
the
you
sort.
doing?
You just had to ask.
We
He's
roll the
making us
dice.
go crazy.
We roll the dice.
Yo, no one said anything. I was like, shit.
My brain
I was
is
trying to
melting.
figure
I'm
it
sorry.
out.
Yo, I got a song request on deck again.
Oh, you do? I thought we already did it. Oh, no, I
I
haven't
got
done this
another
one.
one.
Okay, we'll do that one next.
Better than brainwashing
It is.
static.
That was really weird static. Anyway, we can pretend like it never happened. So, there would be a short, 5 to 10 minute walk through all of the foot traffic of a scholar going to retrieve that. They would place it inside of a pigtail and rope reed bag, and they would haul it on back to you. And the dwarf that would hand it over to you would say in Dwarven, taking no mind if you know Dwarven or not, Deather, and just say, be damn careful with this thing. I would hate to see you suffer a similar fate. And just hands it right on over.
I nod and say, I'll do me damnedest, Master Dwarf, in Dwarven.
He nods and just backs up, but wants to watch.
I carefully consider it, and then heft it, and hold it close to my chest, and make my way away for it to be identified.
Right on. So once you're back in the library with all your friends and Trissy in tow, what are you gonna do? You got a bag. It's rope reed and it's pigtail. It's got an image of corn on it.
Like the Warhammer 40k deity of murder.
I wish. No, it's like the crop.
Okay, well, I lay it carefully upon a nearby table, and I say, "Be well careful."
All the dwarves
Mistress
step back from the table. They're like, hell no.
This here's a troublesome bit. It drove one dwarf insane, it did, when he held it against his forehead. Wouldn't recommend you do that, lest you know what it'll do to you. And I lay it on the table, and I undo the thing, and I pull the bag down around the artifact, not touching it with my own hands.
Great. The white-haired astronomer dwarf from earlier that showed you guys the glory of the telescope says, I remember. We have seen. There are bodies that orbit around planets. We believe that this came from the orbit of the greatest planet. I wouldn't mess with it if I were you.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want to smash it.
You want to smash it?
Yeah, I really just want to like two-handed
it's like jet
swing.
jet black, and it looks like a D4. You know how I said it's like a pyramid? Looks like this.
Yeah, I really
King
just
Beanbag
wanna...
miscounted the sides.
Someone just... I need someone to stop me from pulling, like, Gimli with the ring and the Fellowship with the ring and just fucking swinging my regular-ass mace down and smashing this thing. Because no one's told me that that won't work.
I would definitely jump up and be like, holy shit, be careful, we don't know what this shit does. I would, I guess, block it with my Warhammer.
No, I'm not, like, swinging yet. I am just, like, I'm getting antsy and I want to smash. And as far as I know, smashing it will work. And I need a reason not to.
Well, we literally don't know what it does. We just know that it kills.
No, we know it enfeebles.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We know it drives mad. Those that don't know how to properly use it, that's all we properly know.
Okay, but, like, how is it gonna drive my mace mad?
Well, it'll drive you mad because you're touching it.
Okay, but you're touching the floor that's touching the table, so won't it drive you mad too?
Love these discussions so much.
Oh god, we're all
I wish
crazy.
I could hear your discussions and grab a beer. I can't do both.
I'm just
Wireless
saying.
headset, bro.
No one has said.
Hey,
that
wireless
they have tried to smash-
headset wife, can you grab me a beer, please?
I'm already here.
I love you.
Best wife ever.
She is. She is. Pour one out for the wife. Thank you. I love you and your wireless headset. You're welcome. What? Did you mute before you said that?
Yeah.
He was being very kind and everyone missed it. Anyway. So you wanted to smash it.
I want to smash it. No one's given me a compelling reason not to. So I'm like, my mace is no longer in my belt loop, and I'm just kind of like swinging my arm back and forth a little bit, loosening up muscles.
Very young scribe hides behind their master scholar. Cowardishly.
I am running away.
I watch on, amused.
No one's
try to hide
stopping you,
behind something.
is what I'm hearing. Everyone wants to watch.
Oh, I'm watching.
You want to swing?
Yeah,
I think we're swinging.
All right, roll damage.
Yeah,
I'll say you hit. Roll damage.
All right. Gotta remember what a 1d8 looks like.
It's got a little triangle on every face.
Yeah. Triangles. Illuminati.
Goes up to number 8.
Oh,
It's two
okay.
pyramids glued together at the base.
And I'm using it to break a pyramid. Maybe? Okay, so 5.
You break the fucking table and it skitters across the ground a little bit. Not with any excessive force, as if it were made of stone. Like
I'm
a
just
heavy
gonna
stone.
Nod and pop my mace back into my belt loop and go, okay, and now we know that won't work.
No rays of fire, no lightning, no claps of thunder, magic missiles, it didn't explode. You are unharmed.
Someone write that down.
You should try again now that it's on the floor.
Yeah, let's collapse
Alright.
the fortress.
This is what we have done this day, is had an educational session about the power of Rondo.
Yeah,
I just want to take a moment. Constantine, have you?
This is called the scientific method.
do we know? Do we know if Constantine knows Dwarven or not?
Oh God, no.
Like, have you rolled a language check yet?
I don't think so.
Now is your time. You're surrounded by Dwarven.
You got it.
And you have a 1 for your language skill, is that correct, Constantine?
Oh, absolutely.
Here we go, baby.
I'm just trying to get my roll 20 timed out.
Aw, damn.
Damn it.
You can also use many other resources if that one won't work.
Roll 20 timed out. Good thing you're rolling a d6. Yeah.
Damn, this is Halloween time.
It is.
Can you sit outside my apartment and scare the children this Halloween? No, I mean my house this Halloween.
You have to deal with the cops about it.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Damn. Alright, well, add it to your languages not known. I will remind you, before you write it down, you can spend a fate point if you want to attempt a reroll.
I'm good.
Cool. You are Constantine of not knowing Dwarven. So let's continue. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I knew it was important.
So with that in mind, I'm down to smash it again with my mace if we want to try and learn more about it this way.
I vote yes.
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 Sure.
Boy.
Well, yes, let's just punch a hole in the floor.
Go
Okay.
ahead, roll
Alright.
damage. Roll damage.
And I get my mace out and I'm propping myself up like I'm doing a carnival hammer swing. Just
Which mace, I should ask?
my regular one.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and
Oh,
roll
you
damage.
really that stupid?
And I'm spreading my legs and getting it held up over my hands, double fisting it, and I'm gonna go, I don't know about stupid, but I am curious, and then I swing my mace down.
How much damage?
Max damage, 10 points of damage, 1d8 plus 2.
It knocks a thick green glass goblet onto the stone floor, and it bounces around and spills wine on the floor, but it does not shatter. And neither does the floor, and neither does this strange artifact.
I think we can safely determine that my mace isn't strong enough to break this.
Great rolls.
Thank you.
I just shaved my head.
Now, can we get on to the detecting?
No, probably.
I mean, I was under the impression that this was part of the detecting.
I have detected that it is not breakable by a normal mace.
Yeah, I gotta learn by doing. Sorry, it's just how I learn.
Love it.
All right. So let's have Chrissy see if she can detect any magic from it.
So is this cursed or something?
Probably.
I'm not fucking touching it.
Is
As
touching
long as you, so
necessary?
far as we know, as long as you don't touch it to your forehead, you should be all right.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with that. Thanks.
Finally, some common sense.
Yeah, and she's.
I'll buy you a
little
nice
drunk.
drink if you do.
No. I've seen what curses can do, and I don't want to be fucked up forever. Okay? I understand there's a double entendre there, and that's not what I meant. You're smart enough to know what I mean. Okay?
Okay.
I might have inquired this before, but why do they call it the Tears of Brondo?
The white bearded dwarf is going to step forward, trying to think how to word this. Great Lord Brondo is mighty and powerful in the mind and in the magical weave. But this accursed artifact will sunder their mind and render them unable to think, unable to engage in the magical weave. At least that's what happened with the last one who attempted to understand it. The name stuck. I'd like to think that on that day Brondo himself shed a tear and created another one of these, which is now orbiting him, or the body.
I look on incredulously and I say, so you just sort of named this thing because of the thing that happened.
You have to understand, my child. All words are made up.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Bit of a mind blower, I know.
Wait. I need to take a minute to process this. Melanta's gonna go like crouch down in a corner and just clutch her head for a couple minutes.
Yeah, all words are made up. That's a head scratcher. What are you guys thinking?
So who thinks I should put this on my head?
No.
No.
I vote yes.
I raise my hand.
I vote
I
yes.
have heard.
Out of character. Out of character.
I vote we save it to use as a weapon on somebody else.
Oh, we could hold someone
Woo!
down and put it on their forehead.
Yes.
Not a bad idea.
That's a decent idea.
You're just gonna fucking take it with you?
Yep.
Listen,
Maybe.
disappear means disappear. And I can tell you in a professional capacity that when someone tells me to make something disappear and it disappears, they thank me for it. It'll be gone.
It
But
might
didn't-
come in use in the maze or somewhere else.
Didn't Beanbag also say, like, I need you to completely, like, disintegrate it, evaporate it, burn it, like, whatever, so that nobody ever encounters this thing? Like,
Yeah.
And
If
it's not like
you're-
we
Well, I
read
mean-
our intentions or anything. Am I right?
We did not at any point say that this would be an instantaneous process, nor did we say that it
God.
would be an easy process. And if, during the course of learning enough about the object to destroy it, we end up using it to execute 30,000 prisoners, then maybe that's just what happens along the way.
I mean, he doesn't even know that everything that could ever happen with the Tears of Brondo is a bad thing. There's just one bad experience there. I mean, if I had one bad experience with, drugs, for example, then I would have never had a bunch of the great times that I've had.
Like no offense, but aren't you a little biased?
And yes, I will completely or immediately admit my bias, but at the same time, sounds
There's
like
not a
fun.
biased member among us. Among us.
A bogus.
I really like how this artifact fuckery is gone. I just thought of this like on a whim when I was sitting in traffic one day, and I was like, I think this would be really fun, and I'm really happy with how it's turned out so far.
On a similar note, have we tested the other artifacts against being crushed by a mace yet?
No, I don't know if
No.
that's maybe the wisest idea because he said that they weren't able to destroy them, that they had tried.
I asked the
I
Whitebeard.
didn't hear those exact words pass anybody's lips, and I don't know if it's trigger happy because my character doesn't know what a gun is, but smash
asked-
happy.
I asked the Whitebeard, I say, why did that dwarf believe that putting it against his forehead would be a good idea? Was it an analyzation or was that a moment of inspiration?
He's going to scoff and say, clearly you don't understand our academic processes. We are very thorough with our quality assurance.
I shrug and I say, fair enough.
What did he do before putting it to his forehead?
I am a stranger to your culture, and I don't know about your academic thoroughness, and I am very curious if you would like to fill us in.
The Whitebeard is going to say... What? Hold on, what are we listening to? It's distracting me.
Danger room.
Sounds pretty good. Sounds like
I got really worried I was
Dwarven.
chewing unmuted.
You must have very musical chewing.
Oh, damn it. I can't play that song. That's such bullshit. I'm trying to queue up other songs and it's like, no. Sorry, it's hard to queue up songs when they end in like 2 minutes.
No worries.
Okay, that one's going. Okay. The question was, what was he doing right before he put it up to his forehead? They're going to say that the dwarf attempted like tasting it.
Did he comment on what it tasted like?
Caterpillar roast.
Honestly, I feel like there would be really good notes on it. I'm trying to think like how to put it in fantasy terms because I could do it in modern terms, but like charcoaled air.
I reach for it to lick it.
Really? All right.
Yeah, I am definitely gonna pick it up and just.
It tastes a little dusty. Have you ever licked a stone? Has Melantha ever licked a stone?
Yeah.
It's a bit like that. Tastes kind of cold and airy and charcoal-ish.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. And I'm just gonna toss it onto the closest table that I haven't smashed yet.
I mean,
He's not
if
fun.
you've touched it and that dwarf has touched it, why doesn't Trissy touch it?
He's magic.
I'm going to say, because I know a curse when I fucking see one, sweetheart. And everyone's acting like this is cursed, and I'm not going to be the one that triggers it, okay? I do not fuck with that.
But everyone else has touched it. Now you can
Quick
do your
question.
magic thing.
Out of character for all of the players, is anyone chaotic aligned?
Yes.
You
Well,
know
actually,
what?
it's-
How about
Yeah.
we just cut the bullshit and I'll just touch it with my finger?
I mean, I picked it up with my gloved hand and licked it.
No.
If you want to poke it, you can poke it. You can touch it,
Mhm.
you can stroke it, you can jab it, push it, prod it. What do you want to do?
Great question. I guess nothing. I mean, sorry, I was like adjusting my headphones and shit and grabbing like a charger. So I
Oh,
missed
no
it.
worries.
Missed
problem.
that.
I wanna-
Is a magical empowered person or being willing to touch the object to see if it has a magical nature to it?
I am chaotic, so I don't know how that affects it, other than like I am aware of magic and shit around me. Question
Magic
mark?
users, elves, and clerics are able to determine if if an object has magic about it by just touching it. However, there can be magic that shrouds the effect of magic on something, if that isn't confusing enough. Like imagine if a lich put their soul into a phylactery and they're like, well, I don't want anyone thinking this jar is magic, so they put like a charm on it that says, no, I'm mundane. You know what that means? That means you can't trust everything. But in most cases, clerics, magic users, and elves can determine if something is magical just by touching it. I hope that helps.
Well, since other people have touched it, I will go ahead and touch it. With
Are you
my
trying
elf
to
hands.
trying to determine if it's magic?
Yes.
Definitely magic, powerfully magic.
So we
I'm going
need-
to hold it in my hand and put it towards Trissy and just see what she does.
She's gonna take a step back and say, "What are you doing?"
I just wanted to show you it's okay to touch.
Well, I still don't want to, and I'm not identifying it. What if my identification sets it off?
I think
So
just
far.
foreheads.
Dwarven scholars, as a group, question for you. Have you tried talking to the artifact?
They're going to nod.
I'll put it down on the table. Now that I've touched it.
Doesn't leave any residue whatsoever on your hand. It's very uniform in shape.
I look at it, consider it, and I say, well, there's only one true way to see if there's anything entirely bad about this thing. And I pick it up, and I slowly move it towards my forehead until
God.
it
Now,
feels
hold on.
to me.
I'm gonna put my hand in front of it.
What
if we use this as the centerpiece, as well as these other artifacts, of a competition, and we raise money, charging 2 silver to try and dispel it?
We turn it into a business opportunity.
Wait. I got a better one. Let's sell tickets for people to watch Deather put it on his forehead.
See, I thought that's where the whole situation was going, but hey.
I look
People money.
incredulously at the
Suicide
both
booth.
of you.
Why don't we just use it to experiment with it on other people?
Well, he follows Brondo. I mean, if it's the tier of Brondo, a follower of Brondo should be fine, am I right?
I have nothing to fear. Brondo protects me or will not protect me as he might. And I
Yep.
place it against my forehead.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Claiborne's eyes widen, his pupils dilate as big as fucking dinner plates. They rocket left and right and around your head.
I want to smack it away from his forehead as fast as I can.
It's too late. It clatters to the ground, but our cleric of Brondo has been stricken. So now, you know game mechanic knowledge. You know what a D6 is. You know what an armor class is. You know the movement speed of your character, and you know how many hit points you have. You understand that your name is Deather Action Brand, but you are incapable of speech. Any form of communication is impossible. You cannot write. Any speech that you attempt will be incoherent, and you are impossible to understand.
I stroke my chin, and I cast my hands to the sky, and I say Eureka, which comes out as Hadravia.
And you realize that doing these things is a form of role play, and that none of this has cost your action or your reaction, and you still have all of your movement speed. Some of your friends have a higher armor class than you, probably, based on what they're wearing.
I'm gonna pick it up and I'm gonna touch it back to his forehead.
Nothing happens to the man.
Damn.
That was a good try.
I start chuckling and I pet the cats that have been following me around. And I sort of gesticulate off into the infinities, and I say,
I go get Deather a beer. Or a mead. And I just hand him a mead.
I take it and I drink it and I quaff the whole thing. And then, experimentally, I try to heal myself. I hold up my notch to the air and I say,
and no magic occurs. The words are needed for the casting, and you wave your holy symbol to and fro, and you feel no energy enter or leave your body.
Then I balk and I say,
You know, Deather, you ain't gotta worry too bad. We got a farm up north we can send you to. It's real nice all year.
There's a nice retirement community around here.
We have a nice retirement home, I promise.
Are they gonna let you pet the
spend
rabbits?
all day petting Cactus Martini, and you can stay in the apartment.
Actually, there's game mechanics for asylums, and you can pay per day to put somebody in the asylum.
Pay? Whoa.
And you're like, hold on, is that gonna make me a retainer? Like, am I no longer a player character? Is my player going to roll another character?
It's very possible. But if not, I mean, I guess.
I don't think you're unplayable. I don't think you're unplayable.
I don't think I am either.
Well, does he understand us still?
Yes.
Okay.
Communication that comes from him is impossible to understand. So, like, if he tried to write something down, if he tried to arrange stones in a pattern or make art or anything that conveys an idea, it is impossible to understand.
But he can still give reactions to stuff, so he can answer simple yes or no questions by making noise.
If he tries to answer it yes or no, that's a communication from him,
Correct.
And we would not be able to understand it.
Correct.
But he can
You took the
understand
words out
us,
of my
right?
mouth.
If we say to him,
communication is a one-way street with him, is a good way of saying it. You can
Okay.
convey ideas to him and he can comprehend them. But
And he can
if-
act, but he can't say yes. We can say, do you want to go with us? And he can walk towards the door. And
But you better be fucking careful with this. You better be fucking careful with this. Because if you're like, I need you to run out of this room if you understand me. You know, if he runs out of the room, that's conveying that he understood you and he will be incapable of running from the room. You see how it gets complicated here?
yeah.
Yeah, so be really careful. You
don't
don't
ask
want
him if he wants to go with us.
Who wants to come along? He's just like,
I mean, nice knowing you, Deather.
and
Yeah, I think that was
completely,
my whole,
I do want to mention, I completely understand if you want to retire Deather or have him go out in a blaze of glory and roll a new character. Like, I get it.
Hey, we have a fucking place for him. The painting world.
No, I mean,
We
I'd
can
rather
just send him adventuring in
I
there.
mean, there's a lot
Good
of other
luck.
supposedly cursed items I could experiment with right now that.
Yeah, but we
might
cannot
change-
convey it to you, because if we tell you to do something and you'd understand it, that means...
Remember,
Right.
it's a
Well,
one-way.
would
It's a one-way
paradox us.
street. It's a one-way street.
But we can tell him to do
give him
something,
stuff.
but if he does it, that means... Huh?
See,
He
see,
can
like a
tell him
case-by-case
all day.
basis works a lot better.
He can understand us all day, and he can act on his own whim. But if we ask a question, or we ask him to do something in response, and he does it, that would be communicating, so he couldn't. So we cannot ask him if he has eaten. We cannot ask him if he has slept. We cannot ask him if he wants to
He
go
can
with us.
fail to respond. You can be like, "Hey, Deather, did you eat today?" And he'll just smile at you. Now, I can see ways that you guys could leverage this because he knows game mechanics. No. So, I encourage you guys to continue to experiment with this stuff, and I will do my best to be a fair and just referee.
No, I know game mechanics, so I know if I could heal myself from this. So I'm gonna look that up.
You are incapable of speech, and your spells require speech and 2 free hands.
I am going to ask the scholars to line up every artifact on the table in
Okay,
a
hold
row.
on. Hold on. Casting spells requires my ability to concentrate, gesticulate, and chant. Chanting doesn't require coherency at all. Chanting could be completely whatever language I make.
Is that for
That is
clerics or is
correct.
that for magic users too?
That's for clerics.
Interesting. Interesting.
If I'm silenced, I can't cast magic. If I can chant in any way, I can cast magic.
I agree with that.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So I might be incomprehensible, but I am perfectly capable of casting magic.
But if it requires you to like say something,
So you would have to show us that you're still worthwhile.
No.
Oh, God.
He tried to cast earlier, and so if we just retcon that succeeding,
yeah, we'll say it succeeds on this
Oh,
one. So
okay.
like if you try to heal, you cannot cure this affliction. This is a I don't want to like say exactly what it is, but you cannot cure this. This isn't
Right.
like blindness or deafness.
Not with a cure light wounds, at least.
Yeah.
And I say, and I wrap a hand on the table, which you might not be able to perceive because that might be perceived as my frustration. So I'm just sitting there and I make some noise.
When you cast your spell, a minor like dust devil whips through the room and throws pages everywhere.
You're like the dude from the Wild Thornberries, like the youngest like kid.
Yes, he's Donnie.
Oh!
What did Drew say? I heard you pop in.
I said he was like a Hanna-Barbera character now.
Yeah.
Because they always have like one character that's like, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
one
Hell
comprehension
yeah.
at the cost of.
I was thinking the adults on Charlie Brown.
Oh yeah,
Womp, womp.
that could work too. You're
Real
just
quick, while this is
impossible
all,
to understand.
going on back at the what's it called? The Dancing Cups.
The Dance of Cups, yeah.
The Dance of Cups. So, just like to simulate all my gambling tonight in one roll. I'll make it a coin flip, double all my money or lose it all.
We have like actual like gambling games if you wanna
Oh
roll
no,
some
we can
dice.
just make it simple, like a coin toss, so we don't spend a lot of time on it.
Here we'll do it this way. I have a die game already figured out. It's called the Dragon and the Maiden.
Okay.
Okay? You pick up a
Yeah.
D6 and a D8.
Okay.
It's
We'll do
literally
that.
whoever rolls highest, and you
Okay.
bet on yourselves, and you have to bet the same amount, basically.
All right. So I'm just gonna do one, double my money or lose it all. How's that?
All right, let's do it. You got to beat me, and if we
All
tie,
right.
we roll again.
Alrighty. This is Devach's addiction. Okay. I rolled a 9.
I rolled a 9, and it is the honorable thing to bet more when you tie. Do you have any more to bet? Do you have any articles that you could bet?
My silver halberd or my
Well,
silver.
Bet your pants. Bet your pants.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Also, love you, pay God.
I am not authorizing the use of party funds to re-buy pants if you lose them gambling. That is coming from your own pocket.
I'm
What
throwing in
What pocket he lost?
my silver pole arm.
Oh god. Oh god. Alright, here we go.
Oh fuck! Come on, dice. 9.
You won.
Yes!
Ooh.
So that means I
Silver pole
multiply
arm.
my money by 3, right?
Look, man,
So
you could
you-
have had
you-
2 pairs of pants.
You take you take your money. Okay, you take your money and you double it, and then take the price of a silver pole arm and add that. I think it's like 10 times the price of a pole arm. I think that's the equation that it gives you. Holy
Okay.
shit. Crippling gambling addiction. Noted. Noted.
I was gonna ruin myself with that
Joyous.
second bet.
Oh my god.
Also, the party bursar has taken note of your gambling addiction.
Yes.
The party bursar better start docking his pay
Oh
for
no!
future bailouts.
Listen, if he's got the money to get himself bailed out, he can get bailed out. If he doesn't have the money, then we gotta
Fortunate.
get the money back from him
Yeah.
somehow.
Totally.
Good
Fortunately,
lord.
I've only ever used just my money.
So I know that someone suggested, like, what if we get every cursed artifact in the room at the same time? Was that heard correctly?
Sure.
I think that's a great
That's-
idea.
Yeah, getting all the curse things like in the same room and all right next to each other, that's a great idea.
All
Yes.
of them at least like 2 or 3 feet apart, maybe on separate tables, but all of them where we can subject the hapless and cursed deather to them.
Just throw them all in a
Exactly.
box and shake them up.
Frankly, I consider myself enlightened now.
Throw it into a keg and have Trissy drink it. Got it.
That's the stuff that
Jesus
Forbidden
Christ.
Wait. Deather knows game out of character. Deather knows game mechanics, so he would be the prime experimental target for this.
Damn.
No, I mean, I know that I'm like only a handful of levels away from like being able to communicate with people again when I can cast tongues. So like, I have nothing to fear.
Well, and you'll
I
have
think
removed
tongues would
curse, I'm
count
sure,
as a
soon enough.
circumvention.
I mean,
So-
I don't know if tongues would circumvent a curse.
Yeah,
It's
real
like
Any
real
form of
talk.
communication.
I
When
mean,
you get
yeah, but
removed
tongues allows me to communicate with anyone though.
I think it comes down to the curse going, oh, you're trying to subvert me, and maybe you can't cast spells of that level ever again.
Bro, it literally says this spell allows the cleric to communicate with one specific being. But here's the thing. What level of spell is that?
Level 6, it's a long way off. That's why I need to find a bridge to that gap in the meantime.
I mean, but if the
What
curse
is
any-
like dispel curse? Like what spell is dispel curse? At what spell level is it?
I wonder.
That would be like around
Third
4.
level. You'll get there sooner.
Oh yeah, it's 3rd level to remove curse. Easy mode. That's fine. I am perfectly happy. I cackle with glee at my new knowledge and the things that I will not be able to say until I can.
Dispel magic negates magical curses or diseases for 2d6 turns only. So it's a
Really?
temporary break.
That's
the
Dispel
final line of
magic.
it.
But
Versus-
remove curse is a different spell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just read the spell description. It looks like you'd be good for remove
Nope,
curse.
you're right.
I think remove
So
curse
I
would be
am
okay.
not retiring, thank you very much. I'll simply be incomprehensible for some sessions.
This is gonna
We
be
need to get
awesome.
Mad Loot to fix Deather, is what we're saying.
All right,
Respect.
what's not tied down around us?
We could actually just like pay, yeah, we could pay a local cleric to just cast this on me.
Okay. Time out. Player talk, real quick. We already know that this throne is so valuable, the king would not bat an eye at hand waving away 100,000 silver pieces into the royal coffers. All I'm saying is we don't need 100,000 experience to get Deather able to cast level 3 spells. I think the theft of enough loot to level Deather could be easily forgiven if we come back with the throne and say this was part of the plan. We figured we could ask for forgiveness instead of permission. With that in mind, it would be heist o'clock.
We'd have to pawn it. Are we gonna steal all of this stuff and sell it to the dragon?
Yak, I fucking love your mind. That's genius.
Dragon is an option, yes, but also consider that there's other places that we could theoretically hoof it to.
Nasava is going to fucking skin you alive.
Well,
It's like her life's duty to get that shit back. You're taking the One Ring from Frodo and being like, what if we sell this to a necromancer?
I'm
Imagine how much money we could get.
I'm just
Look,
saying.
it's a good idea, but like not for that specific object, maybe. But it's a good idea in general, is what I'm saying.
All I'm saying is we steal enough loot from Catbasement, run away with it, sell it, level Deather, level the rest of us while we're at it, and then we go get the throne and come back and say, this was part of the plan. I'm sorry we couldn't explain it beforehand or it wouldn't have worked.
Pretty sure that's a bad idea.
I'm
Look,
not.
I love that.
Yeah, no.
I love the general concept, but like we could probably like level maybe once and then pay for a remove curse at the same time and just get it done that much faster.
Well, you know that, but we don't know that.
I mean, yeah, and yeah. And
My character would just assume he's a blithering idiot and move on with his life.
Assume that
Sorry,
he's
this was out of
affected by
character.
Yeah, we could assume he's affected by a permanent enfeeble that he can't fix.
Look, I can incorporate this into my knowledge, being that it's out of character. Well, I mean, that's not technically game mechanic knowledge, so never mind.
I will remind you guys that if you just engage in theft of wealth from like merchants, rulers, and citizens, that does not count as XP.
We gotta sell it, right?
No. It is laid out specifically in the book that
Has to be
theft
loot.
of wealth from merchants, rulers, and citizens does not count for XP.
That's just us moneying ourselves to buy other things. No, we have to go into the painting and we have to extract it the hard way, like the adventuring miners we are.
Mm-hmm. You gotta go to work and you gotta work for that paycheck.
All right, so how long did the civilization have to be collapsed before the castle becomes a dungeon?
Look, put the pessimism away. We need to pay the bills.
Hey, all in a day's work.
I strongly suggest, I demand that we extract this wealth from the painting that we know is a depthless dungeon.
I think we're better equipped right now to go into the painting than we have been in the past.
You also have a lot of you at today's session. Just saying.
Yeah.
Got a lot of
Yeah.
you.
That's a force to be reckoned with, is what we're going with right now.
Yeah,
We have no
action
healer,
economy.
but don't we have like 2 healing potions or something like that?
I literally can heal once I rest.
Oh, that's true. But player knowledge, but we don't know that you're functional as a healer, but we know that you.
We
can-
just saw him heal.
I
Yeah.
healed myself in front of you. You watched me do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, did you have any injuries to actually heal?
That's actually a good point.
The spell worked.
No
however,
spell
there was
casting
no
is
effect.
subtle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the spell itself worked. However, it did not improve my condition.
You saw
So-
a dust devil go through the room, and you saw
That's
him
fair.
shake his hands in the air, but who knows? He's impossible to understand anyway.
Greek to me. So, what do we want to do with the other? Do we want to dick around with the other artifacts? Things.
Got 4
curses. Or.
I mean, honestly, my character would start trying to get the idiot to touch all the artifacts.
Yeah, touch all
That's
of them.
fair.
Like,
Yes, let's permanently disable him.
I mean, he's already like
yeah.
disabled. Like, as far as
I'm fully enabled. I just need to create a bridge of communication between us.
Somehow. But that's kind of
Well,
like in the.
we'll see how.
That's kind of
how
in
enabled
the
you are.
bold print.
Yeah, we're not getting the full disabled benefits yet. We need to kind of break them a little bit more.
Disabled benefits.
So.
So what's the plan? I feel like you guys are not sure what to do next, but we do have some options, and we have some game time available to us. So I want to know what we do with our time today. And
Go
don't
to
be
the
worried
bathroom.
about
Okay.
opening a can of
Okay.
worms that we can't close, because I'm really good at this whole drop-in, drop-out stuff. We can be in the middle of something and come back.
So.
Go into the painting.
Yeah.
What about
painting.
having Trissy detect magic on Deather? Can she tell us that he is cursed?
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Well, I mean, that it's a curse versus an affliction. So that our characters know that.
I mean, like, what? Do you want to question my disabled status. I think that's a waste of time.
Our characters need to know that it's something that can be fixed, is what I'm saying, so that our characters have a goal.
All right. Well,
I think that's honestly up to individual interpretation, based on your familiarity with any of that magical stuff. Oh, this has lyrics.
I'm a dwarf. I'm not magical, so I don't know. Is he just enfeebled, or is he suffering some other thing? So I would need somebody to explain that to me.
I, for one, don't think inability to properly communicate makes me unplayable at all.
I've known him for quite a while. Like, you know, he always kind of talked nonsense, but now it's like for real, and he seems like he's doing all right.
Fair enough.
Hey, what'd you say?
Tally ho, then.
Oh my god. This is a great session. Deather has been, like, permanently disfigured twice today. Just saying.
I just figured go full send.
You're really leaning hard into the weirdness of Lamentations of the Flame Princess, and I appreciate it.
I mean, someone has to.
What
do we got, a knot?
It's pretty fun, isn't it?
I'm enjoying myself.
Okay. So as far as the other artifacts, we know one of them burrowed its way into the body of a dwarf. Another one blinded somebody outright. Another one said, as far as one of the others, a priest said, don't put it on. And then the ingot says, don't engage in deals with a demon.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to try and figure these other ones out while we're sitting here, or?
Player question: what do we know about demon kind?
Your cleric, who can't be understood, knows that, like, turn undead is a thing. Anyone that was present when Trissy identified that wand of turn undead would understand that, like, it makes undead run away from you, kind of like when you turn on a lantern in an outhouse full of cockroaches.
Right.
But
that's
like
nasty.
That's an undead. What is a demon? Like, my character who has lived in this world, and you know about, like, where I'm from, has
what
kind of an idea
of demons.
I think they're the things of fairy tales and religious texts, and there's some crazy religious people who are like, there are demons that live amongst us. And there are books about, like, demons that are super duper tall and, like, tower over buildings, so maybe that's not true. Or maybe it is, but how could these demons be there? But maybe demons are more of, like, a social conditioning from these great texts. I don't know. I think this is very up to individual interpretation.
Okay, then I'm
it's
just
one of those
go
occult
with, like,
things.
My home culture knowledge of demons, and I'm just gonna rest on that.
Alright, guys, I gotta go to bed. Have a good one.
Great having you,
GG, good night.
Was it you that made the PDF for us to fill out for character sheets? Did I see that correctly? Thank you so much. That's super great.
Really good.
No problem.
Very convenient.
I know future players are gonna love it. Thank you very much for that.
No problem. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, man.
Bye-bye.
So, just to get us some motion on here, would it help if we put it to a vote?
How about we go beat around in the maze?
I'm unable to vote.
This is for players. This is for players. You can vote on this one. Well, hold on. We'll say you can vote if there's an odd number. If there's an even number, you're not allowed to vote.
Done.
There's an even number, so you're not allowed to vote. All right.
I love this new character role-playing challenge that I have put upon myself.
All right, I put some votes in our chat. They are called "Go in Maze" and "Fuck with Cursed Shit," and you guys can vote. And once we have 7 votes, we will carry on. 1, 2, 3,
Most of
4.
you guys can vote. You mean to say?
Yeah. Damn, it's unanimous. It's fucking unanimous. Everyone says we're going in the maze.
Nice.
I love it. Go in maze, fuck with curse shit. Fuck that mess. Yo, what's up, Bev? I will drink this. Tally ho then. It's like 1:30, 1:40 p.m. in Catbasement. And the party has decided it is time to go and delve into the dungeon. So we head on back to Nasaba's place, where she lives alone. She's got the painting up on the wall. You see, in front of you, the lovely Maze of the Blue Medusa entrance that some of you know and some of you don't. So I'm gonna bust that open. Have some good times. I'm so excited. I get to play my other playlist. Yeah, Maze Tunes. This song is on both playlists. I wish I could queue up like a whole bunch of songs really fast, because I got some good ones. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay, hold on a sec. Do-do-do. Oh, look at all these little markers that aren't really there. Do 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 do.
It's great that even though Deather knows he's a character in like a game, he still knows that like his faith is what like makes him unique and special within his own context of existence.
I'm really liking this. And the really cool thing is, like, if you come out of this, you guys are gonna be like, alright, listen! We can't fuck with this boss, he has a really high armor class! And people are gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you're gonna be like, listen! Things with a high armor class are really hard to hit! Have you ever run into a situation where you just couldn't hit this thing? Well, I know why! It's because it has a high armor class!
Oh, so you're gonna be like crazy when you come out of that.
This is the new character development arc.
So what's even more funny is if we don't get rid of this artifact, Deather can be, once he's cured of his affliction, can be like, hey, there's this secret knowledge here, dunk, and then cure the curse from somebody.
Secret knowledge, too cursed to handle by mortals, yours for the low price of 1,000 silver.
Oh, God. Secrets of the universe. 25
before your
silver.
very eyes.
Look,
I love how you guys just turn everything into a fucking business. Just like, how can we make money out of this?
That's how the free market works.
Look, obviously I'm going to retire to a mountain somewhere and like be mostly naked most of the time and occasionally teach people who can make it up there if they like, you know, starve themselves outside my gate for long enough for something. I don't know.
It's gonna
Grab
be
my maze book.
It's gonna be his personal artifact at that point.
Yeah, I'm so excited. So excited. Alrighty. So, you guys are all inside of a crimson and red room, covered just floor to ceiling with all manner of sexual paraphernalia and memorabilia. There's everything you could imagine along the walls. Very few items are missing. I know that our party picked up like a couple of them on session 3, but we're on session 8.2 right now. And the big lock that was upon the door right here is no longer there. and you guys closed the door when you came back through here, and it is closed now. I want to know what the party is up to.
I'm gonna look at everything that's hanging from the wall, because this is my first time here.
Oh gosh.
I don't want to do that. It's scary to mention.
I'm just looking.
Do it. Get a taste of the things you'll find here.
Just dildos and butt plugs and whips and floggers and harnesses and chains and ropes and spankers and all sorts of things that cause feelings. Here, I'm just gonna hide everyone except for our little Groucho. Here we go. Everyone is Groucho right now. Boom.
Everyone is Groucho.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's a cat in the tabletop game.
All right.
So, you guys are in this strange, mysterious place. What are you going to do? The music will get a lot less happy soon. Don't worry.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's make our way back in and talk to the dragon, see if anything interesting has happened while we were gone.
Oh boy, I've been waiting to kneel down before a dragon again.
So you enter into the room, and once again, I'll do the description again because I love it. You see a tall woman with ram's horns coming from her head. She has pale blue moonlit skin. And extending out of her back are a set of black, wicked wings. The wings of a dragon. And she has a sinister dress that touches the floor and kind of curls outward away from her, making her look like she is of shadows, in a way. You can't see her feet. And she has a small chain around her neck, kind of like my chain, but you can't see what's on the end of it because it's buried in her bosom. And she has a little bird cage along the side that has a familiar friend. It is Decadent Waste, our favorite gem-covered hummingbird. I'm gonna turn down the music for myself a little.
I'm kneeling before Lady Capulet immediately.
Yeah, and her name is Lady Capulet. The hummingbird in the corner of the room says, "Oh, I'm so very happy to have seen you! You're back! Can we go on more adventures?"
Lovely. I know the hummingbird does say, "Hallelujah!"
And Capulet says, "Oh, back so soon? I thought I'd scared you off for good."
Never, Lady Capulet.
So what this time?
We come to fix him, and I point at our cleric friend.
We think we have a plan.
What's wrong with this one? She says.
With all due respect, the big dumb idiot put a cursed object to his head knowing that's how you activated it.
Oh. He was afraid of tea, but he put the kettle to boil. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Charming.
Yes,
He's
Lady
a lost
Capulet.
cause, isn't he?
We don't think so, Lady Capulet.
No.
He can still work his magics as far as we can tell.
He's very convincing at the least.
Are you sure he's not just drunk?
A little of both.
Well, I won't stand in your way.
Thank you for your leave to pass, Lady Capulet.
Do all dragons talk?
You can't just ask if all dragons talk.
I'm sorry, she's my first one. I thought they were bigger.
Oh no. Oh
I'm
no.
blushing.
Did you say that?
Oh no.
I say that.
I am
But I
at
say
least
it to
20 feet
Malantha.
away from Tina. I am at least 20
See,
feet
you
away.
see like a sinister smile across her face and just like fire in her eyes, and she's like, "Should I show you?"
I want to be further away from Tina now.
No, I just heard stories and I wanted to slay one, but you actually talk and don't seem slayable.
Can I be the complete opposite direction from Tina and Lady Capula? I want to like nowhere be in Lady Capula's vision cone right now.
So you're
Grovel behind her?
you're like hiding in Tina's shadow.
Oh no, complete opposite.
Oh,
if
complete
Lady Capula
opposite.
is
Okay.
facing Tina, I am behind Lady Capula and pushing my back against the wall.
So
Unable to interpret context, I smile happily.
You
suddenly,
can be communicated to.
it is a one-way street. So she's going to like. I'm trying to think how to describe this without like having 3D graphics do it. So she like twists, kind of like she's being flushed into a hole, and her dress like turns into a shadow and disappears. And then like from behind Tina, she like erects herself over Tina from inside of her shadow. Essentially, she teleported into Tina's shadow and is like leaning over her, and she says, "Scared, little one?"
And I drop to the ground. Just stuttering.
She just gives like a very light giggle and just walks away, and she's like, "I'm sorry, I couldn't resist."
Thank you for sparing her in your glorious wisdom, Lady Capula.
Oh, shut
use
up,
that
you
power as a
brown
thief
noser.
I'm gonna wink at her.
Hey, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
He's gonna point over at Death and be like, "I like this."
Do you want to keep him?
That's on the table.
Deather is now considered community funds.
Yes.
You can't object to it, so I mean...
I was just about to say he literally can't tell me he doesn't want to be sold, so...
Oh my god.
He's party inventory.
I have no way to interpret any of this.
Oh my gosh, our magic rock is free slaves.
Oh no.
True capitalism.
Now, hold on. You're telling me that we can have an infinite supply, and I'm stroking my chin thinking about the implications of this cursed artifact we're in possession of still.
Are we the bad guys?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I never once denied it.
Wrote morally gray decision making in the Dido Guido, but I'm pretty sure I need to just say morally black at this point.
I mean, well,
We're
most
the
of us
baddies.
are chaotic in some way.
We're the baddies.
We're all a product of this environment. The world we live in is just a terrible place, I say, thinking about using a cursed object to just create an endless amount of slaves to sell for money.
Yeah.
If I could communicate, I would tell you I was lawful.
You were.
Good thing you can't then.
I'm still lawful. Nothing has changed.
Well, you're kind of
tell us that.
complicit in this situation of ours here.
Whatever. Your situation doesn't alter who I am. I am who I am regardless of your situation.
Do we need to get a monkey backpack leash for you?
I'll follow you around. That might result in weird things happening, but I'll follow you around.
Okay, Heelstone, let's go.
So you guys are walking along?
Which direction do we want to go?
North! That's always a good direction.
Well, from our handy dandy journal, do we have a general direction?
North.
To refer back to? Just north?
Yep. You
Okay.
said north and not too far.
Okay.
I think she
I mean,
even gave
you
you a
guys
room
have been
number.
in here before. Where should we go and not go?
So
North is unexplored to us.
We do not want to go to the big circular shadow thing on the left side.
Yes, that's
I-
a bad room.
Almost broke my knees.
It was
Ooh.
pretty
Oh,
bad.
speaking of which, I whip out 2 of my 10-foot poles and just start smacking walls.
Start smacking walls. How hard?
Not hard enough to break, but testing for
In
traps.
my mind's eye, you're doing some like Darth Maul kid shit, but you're also doing like some taiko drum shit with it, and you're just like along the
kinda.
floors and walls.
Yeah, that's not inaccurate.
Fucking sick.
Like, how much force?
Like, enough weight behind it that it would set off a pressure plate, but not enough that it would, like, snap the stick. You know what I mean? Like,
So it's kind of like using a drumstick on a wall.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's the whole point of my 10-foot poles. I'm just here to trigger traps.
Cool.
Thank you for volunteering to take the lead.
I got you.
You do not
Oh.
detect anything in this room.
Sick. Let's go north.
Right on. Northity, 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 north. And you come across a wall. A door, I mean. That has a big, fat number 7 on it. That is designed in the style of Russian gazelle.
Oh, yes. Yes. The porcelain room.
Yeah, stuff like this, right? Gorgeous stuff. And it has a big ol' 7 on it made out of blue.
Is there a door or is it just an archway?
It is a door with a
A
handle.
door.
Yep.
Opens towards us or away from us?
Can you open the handle with the assistance of 2 10-foot poles?
It opens into the room, and I don't think that poles would do it. Good
I
question.
do some aggressive tapping on the door, and then I'm assuming nothing happens, so then I just, like, straight up grab the doorknob and open it.
You are right on all those counts. So you're saying you throw her open?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure I don't erase too much, so I'm going to hide it.
Reasonable.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing another plan that would work too well.
This is super high resolution, and it's also like making my computer kind of struggle because this is an internet. This is a web app. This is not real Photoshop.
Hell yeah. No shit, I did that mace earlier in Paint 3D.
Nice.
Good stuff. Alright, so I can give you a nice little description. Come on now. Come back. Boop. Alright, so here's your room. And I can do a little painting here to help illuminate some stuff. So there is a little river that goes through it like this. And then there is a little bridge that crosses like that. And then there's a door over here. Okay? So, what you see before you is something that looks kind of like a whole room made out of porcelain representing rural Holland.
Okay.
And you see a single, like, image on the wall that looks like kind of like the logo for Wendy's. Like, it looks like a girl with a big smile and she has pigtails coming off and she's in the Russian gazelle style. And hold on a sec. Oh. And all around you, you see lots of images of windmills and granaries and lovely countryside and whatnot along the walls. Along the floor, you see porcelain as a river, and it's like animated porcelain. It's moving from a southwest to a northeast fashion, and you see like little fish in there. It is absolutely gorgeous in its construction. The room looks fragile, but also stoic. Then suddenly, the being on the wall to the north speaks.
Oh,
It
God.
says, "The first to cross these coils must dance. The second sing to safety reach. The third must bleed or risk mischance. The fourth one dies between my teeth. The next will be the first once more, and do not cheat. I'm keeping score." What do you guys do?
We need to find some exposable life.
Oh,
Yes.
And I do want to reiterate that this is a little bridge here. Little bitty bridge.
Little teeny bridge.
Yep.
yeah, we
Okay.
need
Oh, I've
Can you repeat it?
a meat shield. That's facts.
Did
To
you
translate
ask
for
her
the
to repeat
players,
it?
I can repeat it for you if you want. The first person needs to dance. The second person needs to sing. The third person needs to bleed, and the fourth person dies. The fifth person becomes the first again, and we repeat the cycle. We need a disposable life for every 3 people we want to make it across the room alive. This applies for every time we cross the room.
So the fish are animated. Are they alive?
Hard to
We'll
tell.
die between her teeth.
Right.
What if we all leave and then send 3 in at a time? Will it restart?
It
I
keeps
don't
count.
believe so.
Damn.
Anyone know of any goblins around? Or any of those any kind of disposable life forms?
Terrible suggestion. We have cats.
How dare you?
Yeah, that's all.
It needs to be something alive, but it doesn't have to be one of us.
I need to know about any hirelings.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not. We can't legally give up our hirelings.
Do you have any hirelings with you?
I do not.
I have none.
I've got mine because he's carrying most of my crap.
Okay.
So to go further into the maze from Lady Capelai's room, there were 3 doors, correct? And you guys said not to go in the one on the left.
Well, it's dangerous.
mean,
We can do
we
it, but it is
could.
dangerous.
So right over yonder is a door. Over yonder is an open room. This is a doorway. This is an open passageway that we haven't been yet. It's too dark over there to see what's over there. So door deep within the room, door over here, passageway here that we don't know about.
We could try going a different way. There are other options.
Is our cleric? Can our cleric cast raise skeleton? Or like, you know what? You see where I'm going with this?
That's D&D clerics, not this kind of cleric. The clerics in this world don't do that. That's magic users.
All right.
How big is the river that we have to cross?
Less than 5 feet.
Just go
Less
over
than
the
5
river
feet
and not
wide.
use the bridge?
What's the riddle verbatim?
Pretty much what it comes down to is for every 3 of us who pass through, something needs to die.
But is it only if we use the bridge?
Right.
Scoot
So
verbatim. Do you mind repeating it?
she says, "You didn't listen to my rhyme and talked amongst yourselves like fools. You'll pay attention more next time. Now risk your death to find my rules."
Alright.
Okay, well.
Is she like on the bridge or in front of the bridge or where exactly?
She's in
is
the
she?
wall.
Oh.
Yeah, she's made
Yeah.
But if you guys are taking time to deliberate, fuck it. She emerges from the wall, and she is made out of like porcelain that like comes up from the ground. She's kind of like a clay person that walks around, and she's pacing east and west. Like her foot impacts the ground, and the ground comes up to meet her. Then she lifts her other foot, and it like descends back into the ground. She's a living mosaic. Moves very gracefully.
How many of us are here? There is
1, 2,
8 party members.
Yeah, there's 8 of us. Is this the only way? I know there's a lot more ways to this, right?
There's absolutely other ways.
We got
If
8
there was
players
less
and
of
1
us-
halfling.
If there's only 3 of us,
And
this direction
cats.
would be pliable. But
As a one way.
Mhm. That is true. Yeah, another route has to be taken to go around.
Yeah, I vote we try another way into the maze.
Because this is only good for like small recons, pretty much.
Is it really that bad?
Do you want to die?
I don't know if it's instant death magic, and I'm not risking it for the brisket.
She
Hey,
eats you.
Scoot, the static's going again.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that.
So, isn't there a northbound exit off of the room to the west?
Dude, I'm hearing the static even though I have it muted. Hold on.
It's some government agency. It's the Fed listening to us.
They're
Oh my
monitoring
God.
me.
Hello,
Hey,
FBI.
Rob.
I know what I did.
Yeah, I know what you did too.
I'm gonna see if I can figure this out. Are you guys hearing the static right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
had the music bot muted as well.
I just
Same.
muted the bastard myself. It's a good question. I'm going to
So
take the
weird.
call.
Oh
Tommy
god.
Oh.
knows. Oh,
Ah,
Jesus Christ.
what the fuck? are
It's
we on?
still going.
F?
Maybe it's on Twitch. No.
okay.
So we're good now, right?
Yes?
Dude, what the
Appears.
fuck was that? Hold on.
A chicken peanut sandwich. I don't know.
I mean, that's really annoying that I've never seen that happen before.
Nor have I.
We have
It's
messed
the
with this bot.
curse!
It's the curse of the
It's
Blue
Death or Action
Medusa.
brand.
Oh, we've been joined. Oh, by the bot. The robotic apocalypse.
We'll listen to some throat singing to see if we can ward off evil spirits. We'll just hope it's okay. Maybe it struggles if I queue up too many songs.
Did I just hear a bong?
Probably.
I don't know. Not here. All right.
It's Deather over there firing up his magical pipe of disappear things.
Well, now I know I just disconnect the bot and bring it back if we have issues. So now that we know, we can continue.
Rebellious AI.
So what doest thou?
We go another way. That's Devach's vote.
Yeah, I'm
There's
with
too
that.
many of us to.
Yep.
Well, we know the nature of the room to the east, and we know the nature of the room to the west. We can circumnavigate the doom light pretty easily. It just depends on what path we want to take, really. Do we want to try east or west to go north?
Or we can just take the side alcove and go up the dark passageway in the dark room, like the northern passage.
Does anyone have any strong opinions, or should we flip a coin?
Well, gravity is.
Three options.
Yeah, we could deal with the fucky gravity.
Well, I don't know how many sides do the currencies have here? Are they just two-sided coins?
Yeah, so we have to probably die or something. Blue Medusa coins are three-faced.
Thank you, Deather.
Thank you for your input, Deather.
Deather's right.
I'm gonna just pat Deather on the head.
Just let Deather decide.
It's like
He tries to point and he just points up or down.
I'm just gonna follow Deather wherever he ends up going in like 5 minutes, and I'm gonna sit down in a corner, lean against a wall, and promptly fall asleep.
Blindfold Deather, spin around a few times, take the blindfold off, and just follow him.
Does anyone have like a torch or some sort of light? Because maybe going the dark way is a good idea if we don't know what's that direction.
I, in fact, have a lantern.
Yes.
I will lead the way.
All right, what way is that?
Top left room, north exit.
All right, so how do you intend to navigate this room? Oh, for those who don't know, for those who aren't familiar with this room, basically, there are a lot of silver cairns, which are just a bunch of stacks of stones lining this end and lining this end of the room. And it seems like there is something that is magically casting light on all of them, like from the center if there was a lighthouse. And it's casting light onto these cairns. And when the shadows are visible, it's almost like you can see through the shadow and you see a floor inside of this room. Our party has successfully navigated this room once before, so that's why I'm giving a bit more direct communication about it. But I'm curious how you guys are going to go about it with your new party.
Yeah, I was here the first time. I will explain that if you walk where the shadows are, you will fall through the floor and break your knees.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have found out through experience.
Oh, gee.
So
you'd say it's somewhere on like a 4 on the 1 to 10 good time scale?
It would probably it was a pretty serious injury. I was on the brink of death.
Oh.
Yeah.
At low level, but yeah.
Yeah, I lost like 7 out of my 8 HP, which I still.
God damn.
Yeah.
Okay. So it rotates the light appears to project in a clockwise manner. Is that right? If I recall correctly.
Correct.
So if we
You can-
start immediately after it passes and just follow it around the room to get to the north exit instead of trying to shortcut across it, I think we'd be a lot safer.
That is also my suggestion.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
What's the
Stay
plan,
safe.
Ski?
But how long does it take to make a rotation?
A number of seconds.
Like,
Could we sit here and count it out so we could have it established for future movement?
About
Yeah,
six.
is it
About
6 seconds for it to circumvent the whole room?
Yeah.
It's really quick.
Yep.
Well, you
Will
can
you run
cut
that
like a
fast?
crescent. Just cut like a crescent across. Like you don't have to go around.
So we'd
the
have to be able to
entire-
make the entire route in one turn, essentially. About what's the diameter of the room roughly? Is it like 60 feet?
Well, each one of these is 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 times 5 is 70. 70 feet diameter.
So I wouldn't make it in a turn.
Well, if we start,
I'm pretty
At,
sure
like,
you... Oh, if you have heavy
2:15,
armor.
if we're looking at it like a clock, if we start at like 3, like a little before 3 o'clock, we can just like cut across via the center, like a little like scoop in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But it's only going to give us 4 seconds to get from where we are to that door because it's going to be at that door at the 4-second mark.
No, I get it. Like we wait till it goes past us at 3, and then we just start cutting across. Wait for it to cross again at 12, and then run the rest of the way. I mean, you have 60 feet of movement, yeah? Or is
No,
even like
I have 40.
you have 40? Or
Because
like,
I'm
well, I
wearing
meant 60 on
plate.
a sprint.
60 on a sprint?
Like, 'cause I mean, I have 30 normal. I'm just saying, like, you can double your movement if all you do is sprint, like in an initiative round.
Let me double check my... I just don't want to get cut in half by the hole.
I'm pretty sure it'll just like, it's like
Drop
it hits
us
you like a
down.
bar. It just hits you, you know what I mean? Like something spinning and it catches you in the gut and you just like keep going around the circle. I don't think it cuts you in half.
Well, I mean, falling through the hole and then the hole closes while I'm halfway through, you know?
That's what I'm saying. It's like a bar that's spinning around on an axis and it catches you in the gut and you just keep going.
You're saying you do not think that the floor dissipates and rematerializes around you. You think that there's just a hollow that is moving.
Yeah.
I mean, if we avoid the cairns and we're not going to fall through our own shadows.
No.
If the light passes over us, but we're not, if there's nothing in between us and the source of light, we should be all right. So essentially, if we're not standing in front of anybody, we could move to the center of the room and peel off one at a time, heading towards the other exit.
We also used a blanket last time, or like a big cloth to like obstruct some of the light.
Right. To make a semi-permanent hole.
I'm glad to say I don't think I have anything like that could work. I have a bedroll that we could maybe use to obstruct it, but that's going to curl up and that might not work too well.
Or is that an actual walking path, or is that just for like showing that there's more space up there, Scott?
Oh, up there? It's a walking path.
No, I
Okay,
meant
so-
like it connects
right
it.
here, this is not a walking path. No,
Okay,
it's an artistic embellishment. Here, I can make this more clear.
I figured. I just wanted to double check.
Of course, and it is my job to make things nice and clear when I can.
So if we
Who do we lose? Who died?
Claiborne's
Oh, no.
connection is kind of fucked up. He sent a message in Twitch chat saying it's kind of fucked.
Poor bastard.
Yeah.
so
Okay, so while he's gone, we go back to the mosaic lady.
no.
What, you don't want to give it a try?
Yeah, what am I gonna do? Go in there and kill her?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I
got a
mean,
lot of
You
you.
don't believe in yourself?
I've got plate armor and plenty of hit points, but would rather not have to fight her by myself.
I think the most dangerous thing to mosaic people would probably be like some kind of mold. Like, take a few showers in there.
Not blunt
Inspire.
force
Is
trauma?
that coming from your plumber background?
Yes. Just the
Ooh.
mold's gonna take over all of the tile.
Yeah, but what's the mold gonna be all like? Do you really want to deal
Blue
with whatever
Medusa
mold could take down?
Blue Medusa.
Blue Medusa.
Oh
The shower of the Blue Medusa.
my god.
Okay, so we've got roughly 8 people that we need to get through this room. If we grow and move 4 people and to keep us spread out so we're not going to cast shadows on each other. Move into the center of the room and then move towards the north exit. It shouldn't be a problem as long as we don't put anything between us and the light.
Yeah, we definitely should do this in like small batches or one at a time. That's for sure.
I'll go in the second group.
Say, I will happily go first.
Yeah, I have no problem going first.
I'm happy
could
to
get
watch
2 more.
someone go first.
All right, Nasava. And I nod my head to the side, indicating for you to come stand next to me as group 2.
So what do we have right now? 2 and 2?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go in the second group.
All right.
Sounds like we're splitting.
Devach, which group are you going in?
Is it 2 groups or 3?
2.
2?
We can do more. We can do more than 2.
As long as there's somebody who's already experienced it, I want to be with a guide. I want the stalker experience.
All right, that's 4 in group 2. That means we could get Hieronymus and Constantine in the first group. Is that everyone?
Yeah, that's what I said. I was going in group 1.
Yeah. Wow.
We got Hieronymus, Constantine, Vorak, and if we can convince Deather to just follow suit.
Vorak's name was just blending in so seamlessly with Tina's. I looked right at it 3 times and did not see him. Just stealth mode. And I thought Devach was the fucking rogue in here.
Well, if you look at like the third line of her name on the screen, it's like straight across into Yak.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Borak, what's your hireling's name?
Yak.
My hireling's name, I have it right here. Arkud Brightbeard.
So I have Constantine Vorak, Hieronymus, Melantha Nasava, Devach. We don't have Deather, we don't have Tina. And we think we're missing one more.
Oh, Tina's going in.
No,
group
I'm
2.
in the second
I don't
group.
want to be. It's 7 a.m. for me. I kind of want to go.
You know,
you
that's
are
kind
you
of
are
understandable.
you are free to come and go as you please in the drop-in drop-out campaign.
Yeah,
It was
because I need to go to bed so I can get some sleep so I can still do some stuff this day.
It was magnificent having you here. I'm glad you could join us, man. Thank you.
I'll see
Is
you guys
the
next time.
I do usually bounce, and I do have plans for the morning, so I might take off and just presume I'm following with group 2 crossing the room, and then ghosting out.
I don't put people in danger while they're away from the session, so we'll figure something out.
GG, y'all.
Yeah, I
Night.
hope everyone has a good night.
Oh,
Thanks for
Bye.
having me for a fun session,
leave.
guys.
Who am I gonna love?
Follow Tina because she'll lead you good, Devach.
Okay.
Miss you guys.
I'll try.
Stay around. Alright, so first group, Constantine and Vorak. Second group, Nasava, Devach, Tina. Third group, Arkud and... I feel like we're missing people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's everyone. That's everyone. Alright, so first group. Now, just so I understand, is your path like... So it passes in front of you and you're like chasing the invisible light and then you go that way?
Yeah, like it's like a curve almost. Like I'm cutting across. Like no, I'm not going like the long way. Like I'm cutting like kind of towards 12 and then route like yeah.
So like the light passes in front of you and you're like hoof it, hoof it, hoof it, and then you go there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next group goes and does the same thing. Then the next group goes and does the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. All right. Secret fog of war things. What is wild to me is how infrequently groups go in this room. I have run this room very few times.
I don't even remember this room being like talked about when I played this the first time.
Yeah, no one touches this.
I don't like the way you said that.
It's either going to be really easy or really bad.
Read up on it one more time just to make sure I'm describing everything right.
Shit.
Like I said, people don't come here much. I don't get to read it. I wish that this book never got water damaged.
That's so sad.
It is sad.
Like, look at it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had emergency water in my car and it exploded. And this was sitting in the trunk and it got waterlogged. Like the whole thing got soaked.
That fucking sucks, dude. I'm so sorry.
I have another, but I was trying to keep one to use and then one to sell when the price goes up.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I have some limited edition like OSE books that are like signed by like the creators.
Some good stuff.
That shit's still in plastic wrap.
Yeah, my other one's in plastic wrap. Yeah. I learned. What was that, Drew?
It's gonna be like that miner from Toy Story 2 who never leaves the box.
Yep, that's me with the Cheeto dust. Just almost done reading this. I want to run this perfect. Excellent. Okay. Okay, I think I have everything I need. Just gonna arrange you guys a little bit tastefully. This is good music for this. Alright. So, inside of the room, there are light lanterns of blue flickering on the walls. And you see in front of you 3 brown thrones. There's a desk over here. I wish I had a tablet that worked well. And dawdling around the room is what looks like a man. We shall make him lime green. With a different color inside of him because it's cool. There we go. And he has 3 large bastard swords shoved into him. And he walks around and he moans and they scrape across the ground and they bump into the desk and the walls and he winces as they do so. And from each of his impalement wounds, he leaks this silvery blue noble gas that is heavier than oxygen, and it drips onto the floor and dissipates. He moans and groans as he walks around. He looks very, very old. And on the ground, you see 3 piles of ash. I can draw those too. I can probably do it on this layer. Turn the brightness and less contrast. There we go. Oh well. 3 piles of ash. Like that. Really like that last song we had. Do that again.
Like, how big are these piles of ash?
Like if someone was cremated. Like if someone was cremated and they dumped all of that into one spot.
Great. I love that.
Sweet.
3 thrones.
And
3
he
piles
is
of
he's
ash, 3
wandering. He's wandering. But he doesn't. He just kind of hits the wall and winces. He doesn't seem to be making any hostile advances on the party. What do you want to do?
Anything distinguishing one pile of ash from the next?
That's a good question. I'm sorry, there are 2 piles of ash. I miscounted. There we go. Just the shape of the ash. It's so fine. It's so fine. And when he gets close to the wall, there's a lantern over here. There's a lamp that's giving off light, and his noble gas that's escaping him dims the lamp, and he walks away, and it gets brighter.
Is there any exits?
None that you can see.
Stick. Won't be able to whap my sticks on everything until we figure out what to do with this bastard.
You know what? I lied. This up here is a door, but it has a big fat lock on it, just like that first room that you guys were in. Big visible lock.
And he hasn't seemed to have reacted to us at all.
No, he's just fucking hitting the walls and being generally very depressing and sad.
Is there anything on the desk at all?
There's a writing quill, there's a lamp, and a book that has been reduced to dust.
I'm gonna yell out to him and ask, how do you open that lock without moving any closer?
And he, like, slowly cranes his neck over to the lock, and he starts to point, and he winces at the sword. He's got 3 swords stuck in him.
Can you not talk?
He groans.
Deather is going to proceed over to him, patting the air with his hands, and saying, and he's going to
He
sort
goes,
of like, and he's going to go to one of the swords on his back and like slowly like holding his hand up like I'm not gonna do anything, and I'm going to try to pull out one of the swords from his back.
Okay, give me just 1 second.
Because I can't know, I don't know language, but I do know pain.
It's a fair point.
I'm gonna read this one more time. I just want to make sure I do all this right. I don't want to do it wrong. So you're taking hold of one of the swords and you're pulling, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I can give you a different description for each sword. Do you want to, like, grab one at random, or do you want to hear a description first?
You know what? Let's hear a description.
Okay. Okay. So one of them has a cork handle to it, and it looks kind of like Tina's backsword, where it has like the basket on it, made of cork. One of them is like thick, heavy metal, but it's like a long, straight sword that's stuck through, and it has a jet black handle. And then the last one has a purple handle that like swirls and kind of looks like space and like a galaxy on it, and it's like slightly curved on it. So which one do you want to grab?
I will start with the cork one.
All right, you grab hold of the cork one and you pull it out, and the gases that were like escaping this sad old fucker pour out of him very, very, very quickly, and suddenly the gases coalesce and they turn into 3 ghosts in front of you. One is an Umbra Neon, one is a Penumbra Xenon, and the last one is an Anti-Umbra Argon. Roll for initiative.
Oh boy.
We're gonna do individual initiative.
Oh.
Yep. And I'll find some more lively music, I think.
What is this roll again? Just d20 and something?
It's a d6, a d6 plus your dex modifier, and you want to roll high numbers.
God, I got like maybe a round or two of combat left in me. I gotta get to bed here shortly.
Time? I feel you.
I'm sorry, it's like almost midnight.
No,
Like
I feel you,
11:30.
bro.
Past,
I feel you.
past midnight for me. Yeah, but yeah.
Feeling it.
Do you guys want to roll? Do you guys want to stop right here and we start with rolling initiative next time? Because combats can take a while, depending on what happens, and it feels like everyone's kind of dragging right now.
A little.
Probably
So,
a good idea.
We'll
Dragon
put
and sometimes dungeons.
we'll put Deather right up in the shit. What kind of color do you want, Deather?
Blue.
Know that the music is probably a little bit sleepy right now.
It's been a long day. I had like an accounting exam I had to take.
Feel ya. I feel ya.
I'd call it more nightmarish, but that doesn't stop me from being tired.
Nightmarish doesn't stop you from being expected. Good stuff. I have not even looked at Twitch yet, but my rule is like every single time that I stream, I raid someone. Do you guys know anyone that is live right now that really deserves a raid? Of all of our viewers. I'm gonna go see who I have available.
Deep is on.
My knee-jerk reaction is also deep.
Yeah.
I also got Salford Sal.
Have a good night.
Good night. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Probably not. They're so big, they don't need it, but Twitch is telling me Moist Critical is just chatting right
now. He does
now.
not need our raid.
No.
I think name was taken. He has 0 viewers right now.
It looks like it says deep 0 times 20.
Yeah.
Is he streaming?
Deep is on.
He is.
Oh, is name on right now?
Yeah, name is on. He's got 0 people. I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, name. I love name.
Yeah, name was taken. 001. I'm gonna.
He was showing as offline for me.
I'm gonna put a message in his chat and see if he's. Oh, he just started. Hell yeah, he started a minute ago. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Woo!
Make him happy.
Raid.
Yeah. All right. His is intended for mature audiences. You should change that. You should change that. Raid. Zoom. See you next time, guys.
Until then.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Questionable judgment. Stop spamming emotes.
He's probably got
got busted.
Nailed me.
I'll just do one. I'll just do one emote.